I'm going to be holding everybody's hands.
I wanna hold your hand.
Okay.
Hi, Craig.
I wanna hold your hand.
So we had Leland going through his apparently hallucinatory experience. He did the right thing, went and checked in with his superior officers to describe what had happened to him. He was told to have a little nap and then go check in at the infirmary. Meanwhile, on the bridge, there was an interesting experience where Commander Thanor's mother happened to call and get put on screen in front of everyone, and everyone got to meet her on the bridge, introduce themselves. It was very awkward. You also, Commander Thanor, had the experience of a slightly awkward conversation with Lieutenant Zizik, because the whole telepathic thing, empathy thing, where you were experiencing a lot of the anxiety coming off of him, and were able to get it out of him that he was having some nervousness because he has some transporter phobia because of some experiences he's had in the past. When Leland checked in at the med bay, he was scanned and there was nothing wrong with him. Nothing from at least a preliminary scan to indicate that there's anything that would cause hallucinations. So the last we left off in the med bay was that because Dr. Uhen was on her lunch break, Kotri was taking care of this one, and she was about to contact her superior officers about the situation going on. Meanwhile, there's a lot of things happening at once. If I get them all. Meanwhile, over in the officers' mess hall, Uhen and Ullu were meeting for the first time. They had a very brief conversation of Ullu recognizing Uhen as a pretty important member of the resistance who played a really large role for quite a while on Bajor during the occupation. After that, they sat in silence and ate their food. But as Uhen was about to bid her farewells, the doors to the mess hall opened and 7 Jem'Hadar soldiers walked in.
Right.
And they opened fire. But we're actually going to back it up a little bit.
In true Star Trek fashion, that was the sting, and now we're going to go back to, sometime before that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are going to actually start a little earlier in that day because there was a couple of things that I wanted to get in that I realized after the fact. So where's the document that I want? This one. So I want to start that morning, actually, versus midday, where we're at right now. So we're backing up to morning in Chuck's chambers.
Oh,
this is day 3, morning of day 3. Chuck's had a little bit of extra sleep, just because things are so busy right now, and he needs chaperoning whenever he's awake. So he's known that it's going to be a couple days where he's going to be chilling and then fall into a more regular schedule. And sorry.
Is he literally chilling?
He's literally chilling in his chamber. He's all chilly inside.
Chilly baby.
The morning of day 3, he wakes up laying on his special new bed and feeling the gas pulling away from him and off of his skin, and the cold starting to recede, and his vision comes in. And when he looks over to the door of his recharging chamber, Naja's there, and she waves at him.
Chuck wakes up slowly. He's with all the sleep, it's like he's getting used to it. So he takes a little bit to wake up because he's rubbing his eyes. But he smiles the moment that he sees Naja in the glass, and then he picks himself up and he goes over to the glass, and the fog is still there. So he starts drawing little drawings of him and Naja holding hands.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
She smiles.
This is a regular ritual for them.
She smiles as she always does, and then the door opens, and she says, "Good morning, Chuck."
Naja, good morning. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm really good. And she looks
Yeah?
really tired. She looks visibly very tired. But
You don't look good.
I'm
You look
fine.
really tired.
Don't tell a lady she looks.
That's what tired looks like, right?
It really is what tired looks like, isn't it? Oof. I can always rely on you, Chuck, to tell me honestly.
Yeah, of course. I'm always honest.
I appreciate it. I'm a little bit tired, but it's just because there's so much to do in the first few days.
Do you need help?
I
can
do.
help.
I know you need help, and actually today is the first day that you and I are going to stay in the engineering lab.
I get to go out?
You get to go out, and remember, we did all those exercises to get ready for this, and I wanted to get to that in what we were writing, but what you experienced during that month before she left to go work on the Sagan is you guys were working in the holodeck at R&D. In both the engineering lab and in main engineering, and you were going through simulations where you would be basically activating your ensign protocols, as it were, and pulling in that information that was fed into you that was essentially the Starfleet Academy. And it didn't do anything to change your personality or how you perceive the world, but when you walk into that environment, it's like, okay, I'm here to work, and I see this is what needs to get done, and I recognize all of this, and I recognize, the projects that Naja has put into my system so that I'm ready to help her. That we'll get to in a moment, because right now we need to do our scans, and she says, well, how are you feeling, Chuck? You were asleep for 10 hours.
10 hours. That's more than 8 hours. I'm feeling pretty good. I miss Dr. Veer a lot, but I think I'm okay. Nothing scary has happened, and that's good. So I think I'm feeling good.
Good. I'm so proud of you. You've been doing really well. Commander Jarrett, he seems really nice, and he's really happy to know you.
He's really nice. He reminds me of Dr. Veer a lot. And
not just the spots?
Not just the spots. More than the spots. Because Dr. Veer, she listens to me, and the way that she looks at me is different than how anybody else looks at me. But he kind of looks at me the same way.
I think he understands you. I think he gets it.
Yeah, I think he gets it too. So that's why I feel comfortable with him. And I think we're working on it. We've watched some movies, and I'm excited that he's here.
What movies did you decide to show him?
I showed him Kiki's Delivery Service.
That's the first one you showed me.
It's the first movie that I show to all my new friends. Because that one it shows a girl who's going to go and prove to everybody that she can do it by herself. And that's what I want to be for everybody too. That's what I want people to know about me, is that I'm going to try and be like Kiki.
That's good. I really liked that one. That movie was very cute.
Cute.
she said that like she didn't know the word. Like somebody who's like, there's a word for what that is. Ah, cute.
Chuck copies the word immediately.
I am going to do your morning scans, and I'm actually going
Okay.
to roll for it so that we can get some more momentum.
Okay.
And I think
Standing still. Engaged.
where is that character? Oh my god, I'm the worst. Yes.
Was the transition to Chuck's quarters a scene change?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I think it was too. Okay.
I think it was, yeah. I hate to say it, and that's why I'm going to get some more momentum for you. But I don't actually have her damn character sheet open, and I'm sorry.
Now who's not prepared? Oh.
It's me. I'm not prepared. Chuck can help me on this, too. Oh my god, Nigel, where is your fucking sheet?
My son. You. Spots on the feet. Just spots on the feet. Oh my god.
Spots.
Everybody should know that I'm wearing giraffe socks.
Oh my god, you're wearing trill socks.
I'll take a picture of them.
Yes, please.
Okay, this is gonna be control and engineering. This is gonna be the first role that I actually do.
Yay!
So that means I need to hit 13. And I can definitely use a focus. And... Sorry, you guys. I'm gonna get better at this, I swear.
I believe in you.
Good.
We're all learning. Besides, everybody can look at my socks in the meantime.
You put socks on. Good.
There, it's in the general. That's
Oh my god. Baby, that's great. They're so long.
there.
Oh my god, they're delightful.
I put on my my cowboy boots earlier to like run over to my parents' house, and
Mm-hmm.
they're just tall enough that the giraffe's head sticks out of the.
Yes.
It's really cute.
Kim, is this a scan that Naj is doing with like a tricorder? Is that what's happening?
Yes. So this is a zero zero difficulty scan.
Got it.
And this is something that I need to work in more that I didn't do in the last one, especially with the way that the momentum degrades. You need to add that in every now and then. So.
Right, so zero difficulty is technically a roll you don't have to make. You can automatically succeed. But if you make it, if the GM says you can make the roll anyway, then you can earn momentum from it. That's
okay.
The distinction.
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't have any talents that apply. So I need to roll. I'm going to use the rolling thingy. Which means I get just 2. Is that all I get? Unless I use unless I use momentum. 2. Okay. So 2.
Looks like you got 1 success.
Because 13 was my... Okay, so 1 success. And you can roll also, Chelsea.
Woo!
Get to roll.
Chelsea rolls 1.
Yeah, you get to roll
Nice.
1 of them, and you're going to be... You'll be engineering control as well.
Okay. Five.
And you probably also have. Oh no, you're engineering. So yeah, you get one success. So we got two momentum, Jack.
Got it.
Okay. So back to role playing.
Back to role playing.
Nadja does her scan. She says, "You're looking really good. You're totally optimal all across the board.
I'm ready.
You're ready to go for your first walk and take a look at the real engineering lab instead of just the holographic engineering lab."
Yeah.
All right, let's go. So she leads you down the hallways through the between these machines where your room is hidden, tucked out of place like a little fort in the back of it all. And she takes you to, I don't remember what deck the engineering lab is on, but that one.
7.
Onto deck 7.
As they're walking, Chuck holds her hand.
Does he hold her fake hand or her?
He holds her real hand.
Okay. She holds it and she
That
gives it
hand
a
is warm.
squeeze. That one is warm. He does know that her other hand actually it's totally functional, like as a hand. It works great, and it also has sensors in it, unlike just a prosthetic hand. It can read temperature and can actually tell her the temperature of something that she's touching, and can feel pressure in the same way. Like she could read how much pressure is being applied to her hand.
Oh, okay, that's good. Then, I don't think Chuck would discriminate between which hand he holds onto. It's just whatever hand is closest at the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, she'll give him her real hand, and she'll give him a reassuring squeeze. And they
Chuck beams up at her, big smiles.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is Chuck wearing?
That's a good question. What is Chuck wearing?
Jack, let me get your opinion on this, because I've gone back and forth since Chuck was conceived, and I had thought of him basically as a cadet, but I also wanted to give him a rank of ensign, but now I'm wondering if he should just plain be called cadet and wear a cadet uniform.
How are you feeling about midshipman?
Oh, what would that mean?
The midshipman is like a cadet. It's so if you remember well, actually that's not relevant. So yeah, a midshipman is somebody in training. It's like a cadet, but there's different ranks to it. So that's traditionally what in the Navy, a midshipman is someone training to be an officer, is serving on board a ship, but is not an officer yet.
That sounds exactly right.
They're not part of the crew. They're treated like an officer, but they aren't officially an officer.
Right. Yeah, and that's the distinction that I had trouble with, because technically Chuck has the education of as if he had gone to Starfleet Academy without having experience. So calling him cadet isn't completely accurate, but at the same time the ensign rank would definitely be honorary.
Yeah, in my mind, cadet is somebody who's at the academy right now, and a midshipman is somebody who's serving on a ship but who hasn't achieved officer yet.
Okay, so he knows that is his title. That's his very special title, is he's a midshipman.
Mm-hmm.
Midshipman.
Thank you for asking, JD.
So do you think he would be, would he be like Wesley, where he's wearing civilian clothes, but he's got a communicator?
No, he would have an officer uniform.
Oh, okay.
With midshipman insignia on the collar instead of a pip.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So you'll get
I'd love to see references of that, by the way, if you can post that somewhere. For imagination.
Do they have a midshipman insignia?
I think they do. I'm not sure. Again, we're getting into not quite canon areas.
Right.
Sweet.
But I can look into it. I don't have anything right now, but I can look into it for you.
That's fun. But yeah, you get to wear the uniform.
The question I want to ask though is what colors, what division is Chuck a part of?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Yeah.
Okay, he's yellow.
He got the choice. He got the choice. He could have a science engineer, and he picked yellow.
I think he probably also he probably will choose different colors based on what he's doing that day. So if he knows he's going to be helping Naja, then he'd be wearing yellow. But if he knows he's going to
that works.
be bebopping and doing science stuff, then he's going to wear blue.
I think that's totally appropriate. He's our little department chameleon.
Yeah, he's a little chameleon. So he will be wearing yellow right now.
Right. We head over to the engineering lab, and this is the first time that you've on your first day you were passing people in the hallways, and you're getting people are definitely glancing at you with a sense of recognition, and you know that everybody on the ship knows about you. So they know that there's people keeping an eye out for if you go in places that you're not supposed to go.
Mm-hmm.
But all the you know that, though, whether or not you abide by that, that's yet to be seen. We'll see how good your hacking skills are sooner or later. But none of the looks that you're getting from the people that are now your crewmates are hostile or afraid or any of the negative emotions that you've come across every now and then. There's all curiosity and some smile, they recognize, oh, it's that robot that's hanging out with us. In as much enthusiasm as a Star Trek or a Starfleet person can exchange in a hallway. But
Chuck definitely every time he sees somebody new, there's an internal battle that he wages, and he doesn't know whether or not to be really excited or super shy. So sometimes he will wave, and then other times he will duck behind Naja. It really doesn't matter. There's no basis for this whatsoever. It's just what he's currently feeling.
It's a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
So you make your way over to the lab, and the doors open, and there's a feeling that you haven't felt before. It feels strange, but it's familiar. Because this place is familiar, but maybe this is what being in a dream feels like? But then at the same time, when you see this lab that you spent a month in, even though it was all fake and you knew it was fake, you suddenly smell bread. And you remember that first day that you walked in to the holodeck for the first time, and how Naja realized that you had put bread in your mouth, and you had to pull it out of your vocal system.
Yeah.
And all of the memories of that day just come flooding to you, and it's like you're walking into it for the first time.
I smell bread!
Naja looks concerned. She looks over concerned.
Are you smelling burnt toast?
She gets her tricorder out and scans him. You're smelling...
Chuck checks his own mouth. He's not sure if he's eaten something he's not supposed to.
Open your mouth. She looks inside. She points this tricorder stylus into your open mouth. I don't think you can close it. Thank you. I think you're okay. Why would you?
There's no bread in there, right?
Bread? No, there's definitely no bread. But that's interesting.
But I smelled bread. Remember that day when we fed the birds, and you were scared of the birds, and there was all this bread everywhere, and I put bread in my mouth and I wasn't thinking about it. But then later on that day, we got to go and practice in the holodeck. I remember all that, and I can smell the bread.
There's some kind of connection forming between your memories and olfactory protocols.
Wow,
That's very...
Is that normal? Am I functioning the way I'm supposed to be functioning?
You are. In
How?
unexpected ways.
There's no bread actually here, right?
There is no bread, I promise that there's no bread.
Are you absolutely sure?
I mean, we could replicate some, but I don't think that would help the situation.
No, I just want to put it back in my mouth.
Well, I mean, you got the smell. Like, a smell was a memory.
Yeah! I can smell it every time I think about being in this place.
Is that a good thing, or is that going to drive you crazy?
I don't know. I don't think I've gone crazy yet. What's crazy like?
Yet? Out of character, we don't know what's going to happen.
Crazy isn't an experience that he's gone through.
She says, I don't think that crazy's an experience I've gone through either, but I guess Jarit Dell will tell us whether or not that's true.
Okay.
Well, tell me if that happens or persists again. It's out of character. It has subsided at this point. Like as you've had the conversation, it's kind of faded, and now you're
not
just
smelling it anymore.
I guess
yeah,
pulled that out of your memory.
That makes me sad. I like the smell of bread.
Well, hey, I am starting to make some progress on the whole tasting thing. So I don't
really
want to get your hopes up too high, but there's a long way to go. But I'm starting to get a feel for how maybe if your smell is. Anyway, we need to do.
I
some
can
more
smell real good, but I can't taste anything. I can smell really good.
We just my problem is, where do I put the food? You know, that's the. And I'm working on it.
That's true. Chuck looks down at himself and he pats his stomach.
You got too much brains to have a belly.
There is too much brains in here. Gosh darn. It's okay. Maybe I can just
taste it and then
I don't know. Spit it out.
I'm hoping we'll start with. I'm gonna try and program the taste so it just kind of appears, because then at least we can figure out if you even can. It's kind of complicated.
Okay.
But I'm looking out for you.
Thank you, Naja. I know that you're always looking out for me. Chuck reaches forward and he squeezes her hand, and then he pulls her down a bit, like by taking her hand, and pulls her down just enough so that he can put his arm around her neck and give a quick kiss on her cheek.
Oh,
thank you.
Of course. Thanks for being here with me, Chuck.
Thank you for having me, Naja.
Let's get some slabs of biogel out and start torturing them.
My cousins!
And smash cut. We got through that.
Yay!
And the next place we're going to go is over to the Imp Bay. Same morning. We're going to have T'ira and the imps already there. And this is the day that Jarit will be bringing Corin in to meet the group. So, oh yes, scene change. Thank you.
Gotcha.
So we lose 1 momentum.
Mhm.
We now have 4.
Now have 3.
We now have 3. Oh, scene change, right. Okay, so JD and Mail, would you like to start like in your quarters and talk before you go to meet the other kids, or do you want to go right into it?
I think like we could start like as we're walking down the corridor on our way there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So there can be like a little bit of chat between the two of them first, but then it's not like we have to. Okay, now we're gonna skip the walking. You know, we can it like so it won't be a different scene, but just lead right in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you step out on your way to Corin's first day of school.
Remind me, our quarters are on deck 2. Yes.
Deck 4. Oh.
Let's see. I think your quarters are on deck 4?
Yeah.
No, sorry. No, I don't
deck
even
4.
know anymore.
That's what my notes say.
I feel so inadequate.
It's okay. My notes say our quarters are on deck 4 and the imp area is on deck 3.
Okay, so we do need to go up a deck. All right. Just, so maybe we can start as they're getting off the turbo lift, and Jarit is both excited and a little nervous. And he's not really hiding that.
And Corin is getting more and more nervous as they approach the hydroponics bay.
Well, we're almost there. I don't need to worry. These kids are super nice, and they're gonna love you because
I know. They're older. And they're smarter than normal older kids. They're gonna think I'm dumb.
You are not dumb, and they're not gonna think you're dumb.
Are you sure? I mean,
I promise.
Did Jarit tell Corin about the projects they're doing?
Yeah, I think he would have. He would have like at least vaguely.
Okay.
Like he would have told them the basic subjects.
Mm.
He would have, been encouraging Corin to like, they've probably in the last, few months or whatever leading up to this, discussed some projects that Corin might want to do during the time that he spends in the bay with the imps.
Okay.
But Jarit's being very like wide open about that. Like, he's really trying to get Corin to try out a lot of different things and find what makes him happy, sort of thing.
Aww.
Yeah. So it doesn't even need to be specifically academic, but it's like think about what you want to do, kind of thing.
Okay.
And you have to attend his art class that he's going to teach everybody. And he probably phrased this as, I have to know there's somebody there that likes me in this class.
Oh.
Like, as in, you have to take this class as a favor to your dad. So I think maybe that's one of Jarit's plans is to run the first art class today to kind of put his kid on the same level as all these other kids, because I think they're kind of new to this sort of thing because they're all real sciencey kids. So it's sort of a like, let's get everybody on the same playing field for this art class.
So that's your plan, is that you're going to do that today with the 4 of them?
Yes.
And T'ira knows that?
Yes.
Is T'ira planning on participating in the art class?
I hope so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So that's the plan for your morning.
Yay, art.
Yay. Okay. Anxiety levels down maybe like half a notch.
There you go. I don't know how Corin feels about art. Done any art, or it's gonna be like they're gonna play with clay, basically, like that episode of Generation. So I don't know, whether Corin has had any experience, if he's ever done that before, or whatever you want to do for that. But he'll know that's kind of what they're planning for today. Don't worry, these I don't think any of these kids are artists. They're all very science minded, so we're all gonna just sort of start from scratch and have a good time playing together. Because that's important to learning.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
You got this, kid. He's got, and like as they approach the door, he will put his hand on Corin's shoulder, kind of like walk in there with him. Side by side.
Corin is both reassured and embarrassed by this.
Yes. Yeah. He's still a dad, no matter what.
Yep.
So you guys walk into the Imp Bay, and it's clear that everybody has just arrived. T'ira, you just walked in at the same time as the kids, and they're setting their stuff down on the table, and they look over to where you guys walk in, Jarit and Corin.
And Jarit smiles and waves at each of them, and kind of guides Corin forward to, I don't know if they've got a table or anything, but
They do. They have kind of a big conference style table that they can sit around, and each have their own computer console on it.
Cool. All right. So I think that what has happened is that Jarit has actually already, set up one of the other work tables. Or he's had somebody bring in a table that has no computers on it. It's just a table, and there's lumps of clay all around it with chairs ready for them. They can do their morning greeting and stuff at the main conference table or whatever, but they would have, upon entering, seen that set up.
Oh, okay. So a whole different table set up for them to work on. That's nice. That's pertinent.
Sorry, what was that? You cut out.
Oh, I said that's pertinent.
Okay, that's pertinent.
Yeah.
So they would have seen that when coming in.
Does Jarit say anything?
He wouldn't say anything about that yet. He would just, greet them at the main table, the conference table, and you said this is the morning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he'd be like, "Good morning, everybody. We are going to do something a little different today. As you know, part of this experience is to provide you with a well-rounded experience. Science plus, I like to say. And today we're going to do the plus." And he says, additionally, we have somebody new joining us today. Everyone, this is my son Corin. I know that we've already done this whole introduction thing, but you also know how much I love to do it. So we're going to go around the table and just everybody say what name you want to be called, and tell me, let's see, what question am I going to ask today? I want to know what piece of art you have made that you are most proud of. And it can be something as far back as your childhood, young childhood. But
As far back as 10 years ago.
yes. And if you can't think of anything, then we're going to make your favorite piece of art today.
goes
None
first?
of these children's look impressed.
Nope.
It's not that they look perfectly happy to see Corin. But
Yes.
every other thing that you just said
Yep.
is not thrilling to them at all. And especially tall.
Yep. I had a feeling
Shit.
that was going Dorian shit.
He's-
Oh my god.
That's me. That's not Jared's. It's not Jared's opinion. That's my opinion. I can tell. I can tell.
the racism of it all.
He's little loose kids.
So there's not exactly like a bright rallying cry.
You're talking
You go, it's that time again, and they thought we said we weren't going to do this every.
That's why I have to do it again when you meet Chuck.
I don't trust adults anymore. Nonetheless, Jacob speaks up first, and he looks probably the most tolerant of Jarrett's words and the most interested in the new company. So he like smiles and gives a wave at Corin. Corin is 12? Is that how old he is?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and Jacob is 14. What?
They're the closest in age, right?
They're the closest, yeah.
Yet so far.
Yeah, there's still a big difference in those two ages at the same time.
Sure.
He says, "Hello, Corin. Welcome to the Imp Bay." And he says that like he came up with it and he feels really clever.
Adorable.
And the other two kids look at him like, we didn't agree.
Jared, on the other hand, goes, "Oh, the Imp Bay, I love that."
Jacob looks very proud. And he says, "My favorite art, I mean, I did it more as a child, but I used to like painting very much, and I used to paint our backyard."
Oh. Tell us a little bit about that. What was in your backyard?
He looks at you like that wasn't part of the deal. Excuse me. Well, my family has a long history of botany, which is why I'm very much in love with botany. And we had all sorts of plants. And my mother carried on the tradition of loving plants. And part of botany is horticultural illustration, after all.
Absolutely.
And he looks at you like, are you satisfied?
Jared smiles and gives him a nod, like very, very good. And then he will look at whoever is sitting next to Jacob, because Jacob started the line, so it's whoever is next gets to go next.
Sarza is next, and she has like a nice little kind of shy smile for Corin, and she says, "Hello, Corin. Welcome to our group. I'm Sarza, and I haven't really done much art except for technical drawings for anatomy and prosthetics, but I like drawing those."
Well, that's wonderful. That is absolutely art. And I think you have made a very a good point that art is a subject that can relate to any of the other fields that you're interested in. Jacob made that point as well. Both the horticulture drawing illustrations and the technical design aspects of prosthetic creation. Those are two areas in which art plays a very important role in the other sciences. Carl, how about you?
Tall's having none of this shit. He has such a deadpan look. You would think he's Vulcan right now. Like, this is not the class that I showed up for.
Yeah, you just wait till I bring in my little robot friend. Then we'll see who's excited.
Oh, that's true. He'll be really excited about that.
Oh my god, he's gonna be so excited.
And he looks, Tall looks over at Corin and he says, "Greetings, Corin. It is nice to meet you. I can't say that I have much experience with art. Not in my memory, anyway. Perhaps I'll ask my mother this evening."
That's wonderful. And that's all right. We are going to get everyone's hands into the subject of art quite literally today. And he gestures over at the table.
Jacob raises his hand.
Yes. Yes.
I want to know about Lieutenant T'ira's art.
Absolutely. Yeah. Please tell us what your favorite piece that you've ever made is. And don't think that I'm forgetting. You're next.
Gee, I was hoping you would forget. I kid. Hello, Corin. I'm Lieutenant T'ira. Let's see, my favorite piece of art. As a child, I would make rock sculptures in our backyard.
Amazing.
Does that count?
Absolutely.
What kind of sculptures you say, Carla?
Rock.
Oh, rock sculptures.
Absolutely. That's wonderful. There's a long tradition of rock stacking in the Trill history as well. all right, Corin. How about you?
So, I want to say that there was a picture Corin made.
Okay.
I'm not sure when, maybe it was for a school project, but he is very proud of it. It's a family portrait.
Oh, damn you.
I knew that this is where you were gonna go!
And it's been hung up either, I don't know what the space equivalent of the fridge is, but it's been hung up on the wall.
On the replicator above
Yep.
Above the replicator.
Oh, that's perfect.
Corin just kind of looks at these kids, and then he looks back at the table. He's like, I don't know. I made this this cool model once of a ship. And I've been furiously looking up ships for the past 5 minutes, and I can't freaking find any cool enough looking ones. So just think of the coolest looking ship, and he made that one.
Enterprise.
Sure. Yes.
That is a fantastic example of the way that art can get its arty fingers into all the other fields of science as well. Good example.
Tall did not like the phrase "arty fingers." His eyes narrowed.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Andorian eyes narrow.
Oh my god.
Well, I think that actually go ahead and get them started with this, JD, and then I'm going to end the scene with them settling in.
Okay. Should I do some kind of roll to like convince them that this is a good idea?
That's a good idea. Let's do a difficult one roll to determine if these kids give a damn.
Yeah.
And T'ira, you can assist on this.
Okay.
I think maybe T'ira is assisting by being like, yeah, this is a great idea. Let's go do this, kids.
Yes, T'ira can assist by participating.
Yeah. I'm guessing some kind of presents.
Yeah.
Or what else?
Sorry. Why don't I have...
You're
There
Hmm.
it is. Okay. This is gonna sound really stupid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Presence command.
Yeah, that's fair.
Totally makes sense.
It's a really weird thing to use those on. There you go.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna burn a determination and use value. Expose yourself to as many new experiences as possible.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine. Do you have any focuses that apply?
Child development or diplomacy?
Child development for sure.
Right.
And T'ira, do you have any focuses that would apply?
No, I think cultural studies, but I don't think that'll work.
Not quite. This isn't quite your you're on this project, but it's not, playing to all of your strengths exactly.
Yeah.
It's a cover project, that's how it works.
So, are both of us going to do presence command then? And I roll 2 and she rolls 1?
You roll 2, and you also automatically get your auto crit.
I'm going into determination, so I'm going to get 2 successes from that. But I'm going to go ahead and still roll.
Yeah, and then you're going to roll 2, and then Carla.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, I rolled 1?
You're going to roll 1 against your presence command.
Okay.
So my number to hit is a 13.
I hit a 9.
Okay, that's 1 success and 1 nothing. So that's 3 successes from me then.
I got 6. So,
Okay,
success.
so you got 1 success, so that means we got 4 successes out of that?
Yeah.
Great.
Difficulty 1, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So you head over, get these kids herded to this table, and I mean, it's not right now that they look thrilled. They're gonna warm up to the experience. At least Jacob is kind of like, okay, this could be worse. I could do this. Sarza can be kind of difficult to read, that you've figured out, because she is pretty shy.
Yeah.
And then Tal is like, this is what I've signed up for.
Yep.
I shall fulfill my required tasks.
Awesome. So yeah, I would say that Jarit kind of lets them sit themselves down, and they've got this clay in front of them, and they're just gonna start off with just get your hands on the medium and familiarize yourself with how it feels and how it moves and how you can manipulate it. And we're just gonna do that for the first few minutes. I'm not trying to make anything. Just familiarize yourself with the medium, like you would learning any new skill. You familiarize yourself with the tools that you're working with. And for right now, our tools are going to be the clay in our own hands. And as we, get used to this, then we can begin adding other tools in to create other effects in the clay. But right now, I just want you to get used to the feel of it. And he would kind of, while they're doing that, he'd kind of like walk around the table and sort of observe them. And at some point, he would pass behind Tall and kind of lean in a little close. And I'm guessing that Tall is like not really feeling it or into it. And Jarrett will kind of hesitate or kind of pause beside him and say, "Your interest, the field that you're studying here is the binaural gel pack technology. Am I right? Correct?"
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Oh, I know that this is perhaps not in your wheelhouse, but let me propose a deal. You give this a try, and I mean, a legitimate effort. And I have somebody that I'd like to introduce you to in the next couple of days that I think will more than make up for the challenge that I'm setting you here.
He's looking at you. Wouldn't say suspiciously, but definitely with a certain level of interest, but also that's awfully vague. Sir, I certainly would not plan to rebel against the programming that you set up for us. Please don't take that. I hope I have not offended you.
Not at all. Not at all. I completely understand your hesitation. I've been in a similar position to you with other subjects. But, my very first host was a sculptor, and when I was joined with the Dell Symbiont, I learned a lot from those memories, and they made me a much more well-rounded person. And though you are Endorian and not Trill, I believe that you can benefit in a similar way from this exercise.
He listens, and he's like, "What kind of clay is this, by the way? Is it like mushy, or is it like
Is
plasticine
this
clay?"
oil-based or
Yes,
water-based?
exactly.
It's kind of like that the wax-based clay, but like a little. It's probably the kind of clay that the air dries
Mm-hmm. Okay.
and it is on fire, but it's not like it doesn't leave your hands messy.
Mm-hmm.
It's
That's
more
good.
gulpy texture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. He is while you're talking to him, his hands are like they're on the clay and working it like in a really awkward way. Like, I don't know. Hands.
Yeah.
Okay, poke, squish, looking at other kids.
Yeah.
He says, I will keep my mind open to new possibilities.
That is all I can ask from any of you. Thank you, Tal.
Jacob is between T'ira and Corin, and he's like definitely the most enthusiastic of the kids. Obviously, he has some art experience,
Yeah.
So he's perfectly happy, like digging into it and starting to mold it and feel how the temperature of your body starts to make it more malleable.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, T'ira and Corin, what are you going to make?
That is a good question. Honestly, Corin has been like starting something and then smashing it up, and starting something else and then smashing it up, and he's too much in his head. He wants to make something really cool and impress these kids, but he can't decide on anything and just is having a good old time just smashing it up and not really making anything, though.
That's all right. That's actually the first part of the exercise. Should not be about trying to create a specific object, but just to familiarize yourself with the clay. And I think that, sort of the next step will be, him encouraging them to basically sort of start shaping the clay into just whatever feels right. He's being very kind of like
Artsy.
art therapy about it. Let's be honest, this is art therapy. And so yeah, it's sort of like, don't try to make something literal, but sculpt what you feel.
Okay, I want to.
Tyra is making a flower pot.
Jacob's watching that and listening, and he clearly thinks the Tyra's got it right. And he raises his hand.
Oh God, he's that kid, isn't he? Yes, Jacob. What can I do for you?
Commander Dell, I'm very sorry, but I think I don't understand.
That's all right. I think at this point, just make whatever comes to you first. Don't second guess yourself. Just go with your first instinct.
Okay. So then the kids start like, okay, we're gonna focus and touch the clay, and you watch Tall actually like start to move it and starts making like points out of it, and you can see how he's like starting to make like a shape that spikes up and spikes up and spikes up, and finding the way that the clay like peaks and making shapes out of it.
Oh, he's sculpting his soul.
It took it really far.
He's not gonna. They won't say that out loud, but he's definitely like, oh, that's interesting.
And Jacob's like, okay, well, what do I do? And he just like starts making columns. Like he starts making like several columns.
Mm-hmm.
But he also is kind of like incredulous about it. Like he's looking at himself like, why am I doing this? This seems very unproductive. But he does it. But Sarza actually is the one that looks like she's having the most trouble out of the three of them. She's just kind of like pushing it around. But how's Corin doing?
So Corin is on his 5th redirect where he's smashing it back up into a potato. And he's holding this potato of clay, and he looks at it and he gets this idea and he kind of holds it up and he's like, look, a tribble! Does anybody in the room laugh besides Jared?
Because
Does T'ira laugh?
Tyra smiles.
Counts for a lot.
Tall looks over blankly.
Oh, nope, that counts for more.
Sarza looks over and she gives a little giggle.
there you go.
And Jacob looks at it and he says, That's pretty good, but I bet you could give it hair.
Corin looks down at it and considers like, oh no, I didn't actually want to make a tribble. But now he's being peer pressured into doing it. So he starts
Completely against the exercise, by the way.
Leave it to children to completely ruin your lesson plan. So he starts pulling off.
They all feel this.
He's gonna try and like make tiny little snakes of clay and stick them on like fur. Just he's gonna spend the next 30 minutes doing this.
Beautiful.
And that's where we're gonna cut that scene. And that's good timing because because T'ira needs to go help her grandma.
I want her to actually have her grandma on board, because that would be adorable.
That would be adorable.
Adorable, oh my god.
Okay, BRB.
Damn it, it's cutting out for me. What was that, Kim?
Oh, Carla's just gonna be right back. She's going to help her mom or her grandma go to sleep.
Yeah.
Good night, Mimi.
Yes, Jack, be the brick of clay. To be fair, like, the directions are really just there for, like, the comfort of the kids to get them, like, willing to actually try this out. Jared doesn't really care if you, quote-unquote, break the rules or don't follow the assignment, as long as you're doing something.
Mm-hmm.
That's all that really matters, is that that's just there to get them doing it.
Yeah.
That philosophy speaks to my soul.
Yep.
I don't care as long as you're doing something. Please just do something.
Exactly.
Your space, Mr. Rogers.
Space Mr. Rogers, that is what Jared is shooting for, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, God, but
Very excited for this. Wait, is this the scene that I'm excited for? Yes.
Also, at the end of this class, he's going to make them smush whatever they made, and then they'll start over again next time.
Corin does is like, oh thank God.
I bet.
I really didn't want to make a tribble. I was just making a stupid joke.
Yeah.
Jacob is not going to like that part of the exercise.
No, he's not. It's about letting go, and it's about experiencing the process.
That is such a waste of time. Why would we destroy something that we spent so much time on?
Will Jarrett let them take a photograph?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here, take a little, 3D scan of your thing.
And then you'll smush it back into a potato, and then the next time you will begin again with the same lump of clay. So you've gotten familiarized with this clay, and you've become one with the clay.
Be the brick of clay.
Be the brick of clay.
It's a good thing you rolled well.
Yep. I was like, this is a good time to burn this determination.
Yeah, right.
This is as like goofy as this all sounds. This is actually what he's good at. So he is better at this than I am. So that's hence why I need to actually make rolls to supplement what I'm role playing.
Yes, that's what it's all about anyhow.
Yeah.
I probably should have made it a slightly higher difficulty.
Yeah. That's okay.
A lot of the beginning of this game is figuring out the balance of what the difficulty should be on all of this stuff.
Yeah.
So hopefully this next bit, where we get a lot of rolling, isn't going to be too difficult or too easy.
Yeah, we'll fill it out and give you feedback.
That's good.
And yes, Chuck will get to make art.
He wants to make art.
He needs to come make art.
He want to.
So Corin doesn't feel like he's intimidated by all these older kids.
Yeah,
Don't worry, you'll have a kid that looks older but acts like a fucking 5-year-old, so he'll be fine.
and I'm definitely like I'm gonna want and Corin to meet individually before I bring.
Yeah.
Because that way, both Corin, both, especially Chuck, will have somebody there that they know already, besides Jared.
Yeah.
You're gonna go use the microwave.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the microwave real quick.
Make everything loud.
Goodbye, internet. Goodbye.
Goodbye, internet. I'll be right back. Probably.
I ate all my ice cream.
You ate your ice cream.
I almost ate all mine just when I came
Lee.
in. It was like,
Lee.
yes.
Lee.
That's not a thing. Are you okay?
God.
No, I'm fine.
I'll talk to your throat again already.
Seriously.
It's okay. It's here now, which means I can do anything I want.
Chelsea was in
Wow.
such bad shape for our first game of this.
I know.
I was
Oh,
in
yeah,
such shitty shape, you guys.
We're glad to have broke back.
Yay. I'm glad.
Don't. Just don't.
Oh, you know what? It's not gonna mess with the internet because we're on your phone.
Oh, right, yeah.
We're on your phone right now, so
Oh my god.
it'll be
The
fine.
phone.
Future.
Future.
Barely. If we really lived in the future, the microwave wouldn't impact at all.
Fair enough.
Worry about Wi-Fi.
I don't want to plant the internet in my head.
Are you back, Carla? No, okay.
We just have to edit.
Question, Dusty.
So,
Okay, so Chuck can't sing, but can he do art?
yes, he can do art.
Okay, sweet.
He can do art however you want him to do art.
Oh my god, I
That's
want
the
him to
thing.
be able to perfectly replicate shit.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can have all the art skills you want him to have.
That's good
Hot
because
diggity dang.
He's a 3D.
then
He's a
Jared,
3D printer!
What's the opposite of printing? Lathe?
what's
Where
that?
printing is an additive process, so retractive or subtractive process would be like a 3D mill.
Yeah, I guess so. It would be a little bit.
Gotta carve it out. We'll get you some marble.
Oh my god.
Yeah!
And carve some beautiful naked men's.
He would like that. And I would also like that. Actually, let's just be honest. I would like that.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Because we can recreate that scene, basically recreate the scene where Counselor Troy is like, okay, Dana, stop just recreating things and try making something of your own.
Yeah, he's like, what?
What?
Well,
And you already have a leg up on Dana because you actually have emotions that you can draw from for that. So.
that's true. He do have the emotions. And I'm
Yeah.
proud of him.
You experienced redolence.
Yay! I did! Proud of him.
Actually, I guess it's
Proud.
kind of the opposite of redolence. Not a smell we're calling a memory, it's a memory.
Oh, yeah, what would that? I wonder if there's a term for that.
There probably is.
When a memory makes you experience another sense.
The way you make me feel.
Also could just be synesthesia, really.
Turns me on.
Whoa, hello, my dog.
Come
What's
back,
up?
come back, come
Can you
back,
go
feet.
outside? Oh, he hasn't pooped since dinner. Come on,
I'm
let's go.
glad you could tell the whole group that.
That's what happens when you have a dog or a kid, I guess. You talk about people.
Yep.
Well, hurry up before it starts. Oh, shit, it's raining. Well, go hurry up. I'll get a towel for you when you come back.
Rain has arrived.
Damn it, I should have made him go out like right after he ate. I need to make sure my windows are up. They should be, but I don't. Go hurry up. Go on. I know it's raining. Just do it quick and come back. Hurry up.
But I
This
don't
dog
want
is the
to.
worst.
It's wet out there.
Go on. Go hurry up. There you go.
Yeah.
He doesn't even care about getting rained on. He just doesn't like the wet ground.
I want to put it on my feet.
When you're essentially barefoot.
He doesn't mind going into the ocean.
Different.
Yeah, apparently.
I mean, it is pretty different.
Oh my god, you're getting yourself stuck under that. You can't do that. You have to back up. Ow.
Oh, is that? Oh,
Um,
not. I thought it was thunder.
Wait. Okay, there we go. Yeah, no shaking.
Oh.
No shaking until I get you dry.
Fine.
Don't shake that water all over.
Oh, the light will turn on.
Yeah. You like the towel part. You like the towel part, huh? Oh.
I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hello.
What? There you go. Oh, I know. Oh my god, you baby.
Oh.
What even just happened?
I
Dog.
dried his foot. Literally, I picked up his foot to dry it, and he barked like I.
No touch foots.
Don't touch the dog beans.
No touch the beans. Those are my beans. There's the dog.
Are you okay? There you go. He didn't poop, but he peed at least. You're gonna have to poop in the rain though, because this rain's lasting for a few days. I know.
It's really difficult to be a dog.
Mm-hmm.
Not like I blame him. I wouldn't want to poop in the rain either, but you have to poop outside. Sorry.
That's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, I'm going to jump into our next scene.
Okay.
And this is now midday in the middle of all the things that were happening before. So we just had two scenes that are in the morning. Now we're skipping back to the timeline that we finished up with in our last session.
Okay.
So after the experience that Commander Thanar had on the bridge, he went back to his office for a little bit, but then you pulled into the starbase that you are picking up some research samples from. This is a really quick routine experience that you're going to have where you're just kind of showing up as a formality as these things are passed off, and you have a couple of officers with you, including Ensign Zizik, or Lieutenant Zizik, who, when you head over to the station and get to the transporter pad, you can definitely feel the anxiety coming off of him, but he controls himself, and it's not like you can hear him screaming in your head or anything. There's just definitely some, okay, I gotta take a deep breath and face your fears. And you beam over, and do you want to say something?
Yeah, Commander Theonar just kind of like glances to him once and gives him a nod, like a I'm aware of you and I see what you're doing, and It's gonna be okay.
He
That's what he did.
clearly has an appreciation of that. You can because you can feel it and you can see it on his face.
Yeah,
The
good.
quiet, thank you, sir, feeling.
Mm-hmm.
So you head over, you make change, and he breathes a sigh of relief when you rematerial.
Okay.
I could play sound. I got a sound effect for this. Might as well use it twice. God, my mouse is suddenly being. Does that work? Nope, I gotta call it in.
Yay!
Ooh.
Yay! There's our transporter. You guys get to the station. You do your curt little Starfleet not salute. Have a moment with this Starbase commander. Here's your samples. You're gonna head out, and the exchange between Zizik and this guy that you know now went to Academy was with Academy friends is really just a like, hey, how's it going? Let's hang out sometime if we're ever in the same. So he put himself through a bit of stress just for the sake of hey, see you later, nice to see you.
Okay. Thinner picks up on that.
And then you guys bid your farewells. You head back and rematerialize on the transporter pad back on the ship. And when you rematerialize, there is an extra person with.
What does this person look like?
This person, like a duplicate of Lieutenant Zizik. Except there's something to him, to his face, like a shiftiness. When you materialize and get a look at each other, you don't really know which one's the duplicate, but one of them has, I don't know, like a really intense look on his face. And he looks furtively around the room for a moment, and the other one, the second one, looks terrified. Absolutely terrified. Looks at the duplicate and goes, oh no, I read about this. This can't be happening.
Hey. It's all right. We'll solve this. We'll figure this out.
The shifty-looking one bolts. He runs. What do you do?
Fucking tackles him the moment he fucking tries to leave. The moment he twitches a muscle, Theonar is on him.
Guess what? We get to do a contested.
Sweet.
So, you are going to roll security and fitness.
Security and fitness.
And I am also going to roll security and fitness.
Okay.
The complication, not the complication rate. The difficulty. Because the difficulty is going to be 3.
Okay.
Do you have any focuses that will apply? I think you probably have hand in hand.
I think I do.
Okay. So then that means if you hit under your security, then you're crit. I know, Jack. I know.
Okay, so I have focus. Oh my god, I was like, why does none of this make sense? It's because I was looking at Chuck. That would make a lot of sense. Okay, so then he has, for some reason he has composure twice, which I assume is a mistake. but he has constantly watching as a talent.
Oh, okay, yeah, you can use constantly watching.
Yeah.
What does that get you?
That will get me. That is Chuck's. God damn it! When I attempt a task to detect danger or hidden enemies, reduce the difficulty by 1.
Oh, nice. Okay. So yeah, your difficulty would be 2 instead of 3.
Hot diggity dang!
Now I'm going to spend some threat, though.
Stop it! Sorry, my cat is like driving me insane. Like because I'm talking, she thinks I'm talking to her, and she takes it upon herself to like decide that she wants to go in and out of the room because the door is closed. So she's just losing her little mind. Alright.
Alright, I'm going to spend two threat to increase the complication range.
Okay.
It was going to be 2, now it's 3.
God damn it!
I'm also going to
You're
spend...
super fighting me on this.
I'm also going to spend 2 threats to buy myself an extra die.
Okay. What can I do in order to combat this nonsense? I have...
You can spend momentum.
I can spend momentum.
JD, you're off. I hear you talking in there.
Hello. Yeah, I was
No.
just spend momentum.
Yeah.
We have
Oh, a good amount.
5.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
5 in the bank. Yep.
Oh, balance
Okay.
5, I see.
Can I use any more of my talents?
I don't know. Can you use them more than one? I don't know.
I don't remember there being a restriction against how many different talents you can use if you have a.
Okay.
There
Yeah.
is.
It's just
What else do you have?
I have diffuse the tension, which can persuade someone not to resort to violence. But I don't know if this is particularly violence because it's just running away.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
probably not
Bodily
gonna
tackle them to diffuse the tension.
Diffusing the tension.
Violence!
Don't do it! Slap!
I feel like save that one for if this guy turns around and attacks you. Or tries.
True. Okay.
Anything else that would work?
So you can spend what? 1 momentum will get you 1 extra dice,
Okay.
and so that gives you.
Yeah, I think I will spend 1 momentum if that's chill with everybody.
Yes.
You go for it.
Alright, let me grab another die. I keep yanking myself out of my audio port.
Oops.
Oh, that's what that was.
Yeah, it happened before, like earlier on, and I completely didn't hear a chunk of the intro paragraph to this scene, so I was just playing along like I knew everything. But I'll go back and listen to it on the recording. Okay, I have 3 die. Cool. And I believe that's all that I can do for now.
I think that's
So I have
fine.
to roll against what?
You're gonna do your fitness security.
Fitness and security. So does that mean I have to roll under or above?
You want to get under.
Oh, so I want to get under 12. Cool.
Or 12 or under, I think. 12 also.
12 or under. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So I rolled a 6, and a 12, and a 19.
So that's 2 successes.
2 successes.
Ooh. I also got 2 successes.
Oh.
I think it's like if I'm correct, I think it's like D&D in that it's in a contested roll. It's like whoever is trying to change the scenario loses.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if that makes sense. Like the status quo is maintained in the event of a tie. I want to say.
Yeah. That's the normal thing that happens in the D&Ds.
Which I believe in this case would mean that he.
Hang on a second. What you rolled a what? What were your numbers?
I rolled a
It's 12, 19.
12, 19, and a 6.
Yeah, that means that you got a combination.
Oh.
Dun dun dun.
So on an opposed task, if the successes are the same on both sides, then you look at. Well, actually, no. Wait, success is the same on both sides. The active character wins. Whoever's acting wins, but they don't get. But they don't receive any momentum for the roll.
But then was that okay? See, I'm confused with the difference between when a task has a difficulty set and is a contested roll. Because if you didn't hit the difficulty, then whether it's a tie or not, then you shouldn't actually.
Right. So there's the first thing that happens is there should be a difficulty, and the first question you ask is who got enough successes to meet the difficulty.
Yeah.
The actor, the reactor, or both, or neither.
So if you set the difficulty at 3, then neither of them got. Neither. Right?
No, the difficulty was 2.
Oh, it was 2.
Because it was lowered.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so they both succeeded, and
Both succeeded.
One more than they. Wait.
So here's what I'm going to
Mhm.
how I'm going to call this. Because the balance of the complication and the tie. I'm going to use the complication right now instead of pooling it.
Okay.
What happens is that as this copy or whatever it is, this second version, Lieutenant Zizek bolts, and you reach out to grab for him, he just barely makes it. You feel your fingers brush,
Ah.
and then your senses go dark.
Oh,
Oh? Oh? Oh gosh. Okay, so I can't sense anything?
You're
I'm in darkness?
you are in telepathic darkness. You can still hear,
Okay.
but you have lost connection to your antenna. So
Okay.
you are blind.
Fuck, I'm actually blind, like my character actually is. Shit. Okay, then, in that case, he's not going to stop for this, and he's not going to react to this because this is not the time nor the place. So he's going to rely on his senses, and he's still going to try
Nice.
and chase this guy down by using his hearing.
Nice, very nice. All right, so we're going to do another roll for a chase. So we're going to do exactly the same thing.
Okay. Do I still get 3 dice, or do I just get the 2 now because I don't have a momentum?
You can spend another momentum if you. There's not really to, honestly.
How many momentums do we have?
Right now
have
we have right now,
4.
and
4.
you lose one at the end of each.
I don't mind if you want to use another one.
Okay. I'll use one more, but after that, I want to save the rest of the momentum for the people who are in the place with the thing.
Okay. I am not going to spend any. I'm just going to roll this one.
Everything's fine.
Did you just do that to that table again?
No. I kicked over my my rolling tray when I was climbing back onto the couch like a monkey.
Nice.
Goodbye, rolling tray.
Because I can't sit down like a normal person.
That's fair.
Sorry, carry on.
Just waiting for Chelsea's roll.
Oh, sorry. I was, for some reason, totally distracted.
You're going to roll 3 d12.
That one.
3 d20s.
That one's cocked. Okay. 4, 7, and 19.
Nice. Okay. I got no success.
Ow.
So you definitely won out on that one. And did I say what the difficulty was on that? I'm going to say it was 2.
2.
So you got 3 successes. That means we're going to get 1.
Okay.
Are you talking, JD?
Oh, sorry. I said, was the 4 a crit?
It should have been. Oh, was your secure? What is your 3 or 4? Chelsea,
Pardon?
your security stat. What is it?
My security stat is 3. And then my
Oh,
fitness
okay.
is
So only 2 successes then, not 3.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't gain any on that one, but you did succeed. So what happens is you feel him brush past you, your hand just barely, you know he's there, and then your senses go dark, but you immediately listen. You connect with the sound of his footsteps and the door opening, and you spin on your heel, and you bolt, and you jump, and you tackle him to the ground. And he goes down under you, and he just starts raging like, "Let me go! Take me!" And the other Zizek is over in the corner going, "I can't believe this is happening." He looks terrified. And the 2 security officer NPCs that were with you come rushing over and grab him, the Zizek that's on the floor, and haul him to his feet. And he's struggling against them. You can't hold me down. I'm finally free.
Evil twin!
So what do you do, Commander? Oh, we lost her. Hello? Hello, can you hear?
Hi! I can hear now.
Hi!
Okay,
Hi.
sorry. I've been panicking that whole time. I was like, I can't hear you! I can't hear you!
That's okay. What was the last thing you heard?
I heard a very, very, brief, he goes down to the ground and he's struggling, and there's 2 security officers on him now, and he's being held up, and that's all I got.
Okay, yeah, so he's struggling against them and being held back, and he's saying, "I'm finally free. Put me away again."
Finally free? What the fuck? Okay. Alright, cool. So then Commander Rabbit, who is still not he's still not able to see, is he?
No, he is not. He is not able to see.
Okay, but he's confident that the security officers have helped in yanking the
yeah. One of them helps you up. You feel his hand on your arm, helping you up, and then they're holding him. You can tell that he's there. He's got him on. They've got him on his feet, and
Okay. Okay. He stands up on his feet, and he kind of keeps his hand on one of the officers, and he's got that movement now where it's clear that he can't see anything right now. But he's going to look to Commander Zizek, and he's going to very sternly refer to him and say, Zizek, stop panicking. This is not the time to panic. You can panic about this later, but now is not the time. You know about this. What is this? What is happening?
he's not that you can see it, but he is shaking, and he says, "It happened. It happened to Captain Kirk. It's my dark side.
Your dark side.
All
Okay.
my confidence and my bravery. I can't be without it."
Oh. I see. We're gonna figure this out. Well, if this has happened already, then there has already been a solution. So don't panic. It's gonna be okay.
You'll never put us back together.
This is. I can. All right. We're gonna handle this. Put him in the brig for now. We have to gain control of the situation before we can make sense of it. So, security team, put confident Zezik into the brig.
So he's struggling, but then one of the ensigns says, "Commander, he has no strength whatsoever."
No strength? Who?
"I'm very strong. How dare?"
I'm afraid I don't understand. He has no strength? Is it very easy for you to hold him?
Effortless. Like, he's being really dramatic, but he's very weak.
Okay. He looks a little more confused by that.
You don't need to be strong to fuck up a computer, though. He's still dangerous.
Yeah, that's true. Even if he is weak, I still want him to be treated as if he is a danger. We don't know what his capabilities are, and I will not take any chances.
Yes, sir.
And I need to solve something before we continue.
Yes, sir. Shall we take him to the brig?
Yes. Take him to the brig for now. Keep an eye on him.
You think
Keep him
that you can contain me? You'll see.
Just keep an eye on him. Not even, like, applying any fuel to this fire.
And they drag him out and take him to the brig.
Okay.
And now it's you and a very blind you and a very frightened.
Zezik, I need you to help me. Can you do this?
I think so, Commander. What do you need from me?
I need you right now to help guide me down to the medic bay. I can't see. Touching him has done something to me in that I cannot see anything. The moment I touched him, my ability to see has been cut off. I need to fix this promptly if we're gonna solve this situation. Can you guide me down? Is that something that you can do?
Yes, sir. Of course. Yeah. Let's go to the med bay, sir.
Okay. Let's go to the med bay.
Okay. Let's cut
Hold my
that
hands.
scene there. He comes forward and he takes your hand, and his hand is shaking.
Commander Theanor is going to give his hand a reassuring squeeze.
Aw. That's so cute.
He's a good commander.
Okay, so I'm gonna cut that scene there, and now we're finally going to go back to where we left off last week in the mess hall. So Uhen and Ullu were having their lunch, about to finish up, when Jem'Hadar soldiers appeared out of apparently nowhere, no warning, and opened fire on the officers eating their lunch. What happens to the two of you? How do you react?
Oh, it's not going to be good, y'all.
Yeah. The Jordans, man.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, shootings.
All right, who wants to
The
embarrass
shooting
themselves
starts,
first?
and there is like maybe 15, I don't know, let's say 10, 15 officers in there. They all hit the deck. There's the noises of the ricocheting, and plates start flying, getting knocked as people duck down. Jack, as far as on the starship, who has phasers on them at any given time?
Security staff on duty.
And that's it.
Yeah.
Weird.
By
That's
default,
it.
unless the ship were at yellow or red alert, that's all. That's the only people who would have it.
Okay, so they have just opened fire, food is flying, and people are on the ground.
I'll say the first thing that Uhen will do is flip the table up as a barricade. And
Nice.
if Ullu isn't already down on the floor, she's going to grab her, get her behind the table. So, what do I need to do? Do I need to roll? Oh no.
No, we don't need to roll yet, but Carla can't hear. There she
There we go.
goes.
Never mind.
There we go.
It was
So,
out a little bit for me too.
Do I need to repeat stuff?
yeah, go ahead.
Just the last bit that you said.
So she wants to flip the table over as a barricade and get Ullu to safety behind the table.
Okay.
That'll be just the first step, and then they'll assess the situation, figure out what to do next.
Ulu is.
No. Sorry, guys, go ahead.
Okay. You said security officers are the only ones, or on-duty security officers are the only ones that have their phasers on them?
Red alert. Yeah, that's the only people who have phasers on them on the ship at any given time.
So would Ulu have her phaser on her?
Is she on duty?
She's on lunch break.
Then yes. Yeah. Let's say yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think with since everybody this is like their midday shift, I don't think that Uhen would have a phaser on her, but I think the security officers in there. So maybe let's say there's 3 people in there with phasers. You've got Ullu with her phaser, and you've got 2 security officers.
Okay.
I'll also say that. Sorry, I also say that sensitive areas of the ship might have phasers stowed for an emergency, like engineering and the bridge, but not the mess hall.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have Guinan with the fucking phaser
Under the bar. Yeah.
This ain't the Wild West.
I love her so much.
Okay, Ulu would be going for a phaser, peeking over the top of the table, and assessing the situation as quickly as she can.
The Jem'Hadar, the lead one, says, Starfleet cowards hiding behind. Come out and die with honor.
No thanks.
Ulu's just biting her lip, Like, I did not just get called a coward. You stank face looking such and such.
They release another volley across the mess hall. Luckily, Starfleet tables are really strong.
Yeah.
Titanium plating.
She looks at where the Jem'Hadar are relative to where she is, and starts going for their midsections. Starts shooting for their midsections.
All right, let's do a
I
roll.
roll for this, don't I?
Let's do a roll.
Ooh, combat.
Rolling.
I'm gonna do security control on this,
Okay.
and I'm guessing you have a focus. And do you want to see if you have any talents?
Let's see, there's me, right hook, collaboration, security, interrogation, pack tactics. I don't think any of my talents would work.
Okay, but I think you have at least hand to.
Yeah, hand to hand. My focus.
Okay, so this is actually gonna be this is actually gonna sound weird, but this is a difficulty 0 task, but it has a complication range of 3.
Ooh, what does
Okay.
that mean?
Yeah, what does...
That means that if you roll an 18, 19, or 20, it's going to cause a complication.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I got a 4 and a 1.
Nice. Very nice. So
Wow.
that means you get 4 points of momentum.
Holy
Sweet.
nice roll.
Nice.
Because your security's 4, right?
My security is 5.
Nice, yeah. So
Very nice.
4 successes. All right. So you peek over the edge, and there's disruptor fire going in all sorts of directions, and you see that your 2 security officers that are in the room, they're doing the same thing nearby without you even needing to order them. They're already firing over the edge, and pew pew pew, phaser fire goes off, and the Jem'Hadar vanish.
Motherfuckers.
Oh my
And
gosh.
all the debris vanishes. All the food is right back where it was. Like nothing happened, except for now there are scorch marks on the door from the phaser fire.
I presume the table is still flipped, though.
Oh yeah, I guess that's right. Oh, you flipped the table. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Okay, I kept missing the one word. But yeah, that the table is still flipped, but any of all the other tables where like food had gotten tossed off and there'd been like scorch marks on the walls from the disruptor fire, all of that's gone.
Alright.
Then looks around cautiously, then stands up, and she's as bewildered as she is furious. And she looks to Ullu like, excuse me, what? And she looks around as, to see if anyone else has any explanation for what just happened.
The rest of the crew is standing up, all looking dazed and confused around them.
Ulu stands up and dusts herself off a bit, staring at the door, looking at everyone else. She says, "Please tell me we're not the only 2 that saw this. Please tell me that."
Everybody starts shaking their head. What just happened? Was that a hologram? What happened? There's various voices around the room, just mystified by the experience that they just shared.
Well, time to science the shit out of this.
So I'm going to say that right this second, several things are happening in this moment, which is that Kotri is examining Leland.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And at that time, walking in is Commander Theonar and Lieutenant Zizik. And Kotri, wait, were you going to contact Uhen, or were you going to contact the captain about what was going on?
The captain, for sure.
Okay.
Because, yeah, at that point, Kotri was like, Captain needs to know something's going on.
Okay.
Because, I've got somebody here who saw something, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with him. There's no reason that he should have been seeing things that weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
And, on an R&D ship, I mean, that was her thought. Like, her first thought after ruling out that there's anything wrong with Leland was, this is an R&D ship. Is somebody testing one of their projects? Something's going wrong. So she's going to be like, hey, Captain, is this one of the projects that somebody's working on? Something weird's going on.
Gotcha. Okay. So in that case, then I'm going to let Ullu and Uhen finish up this scene and do whatever they want to do.
Uhen's first instinct is to report this immediately. I would assume that responsibility would fall to the most senior member crewman present.
Yeah, Ullu would probably be the one to contact. Probably the captain in this moment. You'd probably contact the captain.
Okay, so Uhen will look to her and say, "We need to report this."
So
Most definitely.
Immediately.
Phaser fire in the mess hall would automatically get flagged.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So
the tax station on the bridge and the security office both know that this happened immediately.
Okay. So with that in mind, let's say right now a bunch of security officers rush in to the nothing that's happening, and on your communicator you get the captain. Sing to Ullu. What's going on in there?
Captain? I'm not sure.
We got reports of phaser fire.
There were Jim Hadar soldiers 1 minute shooting at us. I swear everyone in the mess hall saw it, and then when myself and the rest of the security team were about to shoot at them, they disappeared. I know it sounds crazy, but it's what happened.
I just got an interesting message from the med bay along the same. Commander Ullu, I'd like you to report to your office and review the security footage of the event that just took place. And Dr. Uhen, I'd like you to report and meet me in the med bay immediately.
Yes, Captain.
Okay, so we have Uhen head over to the med bay, and as you are walking up to the entrance, you run into Commander Theanar and the very timid-looking Lieutenant Zizik out there. Zizik says, Doctor, we have an emergency.
It seems to be that sort of a day. What seems to be the trouble?
It appears that we've encountered a error or a glitch in the transporter, and a evil twin? I hesitate to say evil. I feel as if it's just that Sizik here has been split in twain and has created some kind of physical embodiment of all his more abrasive qualities. And unfortunately, when I tackled him to get him under control, this other Sizik, the moment I touched him, my antennae went dead, and I cannot see.
Uhen just looks more and more incredulous the more he talks, and she looks to Sizik and says, "Can you confirm this?"
I saw him. They took him to the brig. I feel so weak. I feel like half a person.
And by all accounts, apparently, this other Sizik is completely devoid of strength? I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but I intend on figuring it out, and I would like to do so with my sight intact.
How
If there's
likely?
anything that you can do to
Oh,
help.
sorry.
It's okay.
How likely would it be that Uhen would have her medical tricorder on her? I want to say
well,
that
you guys actually, like, you get there and, doors open up in front of the three of you, and Emma's waiting there, and she's, welcome back from your lunch, Doctor. How was your break?
waves up. No time to talk. We need to start scanning both of these crewmen right now.
Very good, Doctor. And she is immediately leading you in the room. Oh, you get to play two characters right now, Mael. Are Leland and Kotri and the captain. So we have a whole gang here.
Oh boy.
Kotri kind of like looks up from her tricorder and is like, all of the senior staff members in the med bay, and is like, well, I did want to talk to you, Captain, but there are other people here.
Captain Sun says, apparently we have some interesting things on our ship right now. Ensign Patel, it appears that you are not the only one who's seeing things that aren't there.
It's possible to look relieved and even more worried. That's what's happening on his face right now.
Like, oh, good, I'm not crazy, but oh no, everyone else is too.
Yeah. Oh, yay! Wait. Validation.
Doctor, go ahead.
Ready to scan whoever and gets put on the biobed in front of her.
I say we start with Commander Theonar because he's blind.
Yeah, it's probably good to see if we can fix him up a little.
Okay. So let's do a 0 difficulty roll for you both.
Oh!
We got this. We got this.
0 difficulty.
Yes, I'm the medical assistant.
This is going to be medicine and control. Control or medicine reason? I don't remember which it's supposed to be.
This is Magic Down to Down Control.
Your best call.
What, JD?
I said I don't know that it's supposed to be anything, so I would just say use your best call.
Well, you broke up for me 3 times and you're in the next room. It's really fucking annoying. Yeah, let's do reason and medicine.
Okay, will that be for both of them?
That's going to be for both of you.
Okay.
And then I'm guessing you guys have focuses that apply to the...
Yep. I'm getting my prosthetics and cybernetics. Yes.
Perfect.
Xenobiology.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll do. And to see if you have any talents that will work for this as well, for Uhen.
Field medicine, but that I think just relates to working with. Yeah, that's just if I don't have the right tools.
Okay.
And studious relates to getting information after spending momentum. So no, I don't think any.
This is a biobed scan. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah.
So I just thought I'd point out.
You should. That is the
There's
yes.
another resource available to you now.
Do it, Jack. Do it.
Help us, Carl.
A biobed scan, not a hand tricorder scan.
So let's see. So this is going to be. What should we pick here? What do you want to pick here? Because it's a little different for the ship.
Right.
Medicine is the department, I'm guessing, but then for the ship, maybe
sensors.
Sensors. I think we can use sensors.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
medicine. It should be medicine sensors.
Yeah. Okay.
So, do you want to? Oh, this is a 0 difficulty, so don't spend any momentum.
I won't. I'm just 1d20.
Yeah, these guys. So, 2 for Uhen, 1 for the ship, and 1 for Kotri.
Okay, so I'm rolling 2, you said?
Yes, you're going to roll 2. What was your target number?
Sorry, you said medicine and...
Reason.
my target number is 6, so that is 1 success.
Target number is 6?
Yeah, that seems really low to me.
What is your reason attribute number?
It says 1.
That
can't be right.
That can't be.
Let me check on the thing.
It might be 10.
10 or 11
Maybe.
or 12. Maybe one of those, probably.
Okay, that looks better. Yeah, for some reason my copy of the PDF say 1 instead of 10.
Oh, like it's
Okay.
That's, yeah. I'm like,
so your
what?
target is
15, which is not, yeah, so 2 successes. That's a lot better.
The ship got 1 success, too.
So 4 total.
Very nice. So you should probably be maxed out on momentum right now.
So they were already at 6.
Oh, well, that was a waste of rolling. Whatever.
But that means you can spend it now as part of the task. And in particular, you can spend it to get more information than you would otherwise get from here.
There we go. That's the way to do it.
You can. I think it's 2 points of momentum for each additional question you can get answered, so you can get 2 more things than you would normally get out of this.
Unless you have a talent.
Talents can modify that, yeah.
Okay, so your scan tells you many things, yet it very little at the same time. What you see on this scan is that there is nothing wrong with Commander Theonar's augmentations. They appear to be functioning normally, but at the same time, his whole brain is lit up with activity.
Huh.
This is nothing like the scan you did on him 2 days ago.
Good thing we have that baseline.
Acting normal, he looks normal, but there is a huge amount of electrical activity going on all over his brain.
Huh. Well,
So now you can ask some questions if you would like.
Is Theonar laying in the bed?
Yes.
Holla!
And would
Nice and cozy.
I have the talent studious. Whenever you spend 1 or more momentum to obtain information, you may ask 1 additional question.
Nice.
That's what you're here for. Nice.
Okay, good. So I would be able to ask 2 questions
with 1 momentum.
Yes. So does that apply to the overflow momentum that we're quote unquote spending?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
My first question, if I may, is what does this brain activity resemble anything? Does it resemble hallucination, drug use? Is there something that I can match it to? Is there a precedent?
That's a good question.
That's very, very good question. As probably the closest approximation would be like a seizure. Just these explosions, activity in various parts of the brain, over and over.
Yikes!
I feel like Kotri at this point would look away from that chart and look at Thenar's face and go, "Commander, how do you feel right now?"
It's a good question. God, how do I feel?
Well, you'd been doing okay, but toward the end of the little away mission that you had, the fetch errand, You were feeling a little headachy. You did have that awkward experience with your mother on the bridge, but
yeah.
it's not like you felt ill. You just feeling a little headachy, and now you're a little stressed out about the fact that you can't see.
Okay. Fair.
But you don't smell
And you're
burnt.
feeling a ton of panic coming on
Yeah.
nearby.
Doctor, to be honest, felt a little headachy at the end of our away mission, and a little stressed now with everything that's happening. But beyond that, I feel no physical ailments. Besides that, I'm picking up on a lot of anxiety from Zizek.
And you're kind of getting it from, in general, like around the... Like, when you think about it, you're kind of maybe feeling some other people's anxiety, too.
Okay. Feeling anxiety all around, really. Actually, I usually can control this, but it seems that I can't right now.
It's like there's a lot of other things going on right now.
You had another question for Dr. Uhen.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts now?
Her next instinct would then to be simply check the functioning of the prostheses, and she would ask crewman Kotri to take a look at that because that's her specialty. But could I just ask, as my question, are the prosthetic antennas malfunctioning in any way? Are they damaged in any way?
Mechanically, everything looks normal. It's possible that whatever is happening is causing interference with them, but there's nothing immediately, that these are necessarily the cause of it or they're damaged at all, but it's also hard to tell without knowing what's causing this activity to know whether or not it's got to do with the implant.
Can we tell if the signals from the prosthetics are getting to his brain?
Thinking.
This is the wishy-washy, hand-wavy science that we have to kind of...
Yeah. I'm gonna say that you're able to do a test where... Yes, exactly. You're able to do like a feedback test to test the devices themselves, and doing the diagnostic on them, it tells you that they are functioning normally.
Okay. Should we try turning them on and off again? To be perfectly honest, yes, I think we should.
We can also we can do one more roll, another task like that, and do it specifically for brain, because this was a full like a full body scan. So if we want to do like a really intensive EEG, you can do that also.
Okay. Do we... Sorry, I'm like losing track of things. Is there anybody in here else who we want to... Yeah, because I wanted to look at Zizek and see if if he's freaking out, or if like there actually is some, like, if we can tell physically if there's anything wrong with him, or if he's just having a panic attack.
Yeah. Sure. So you want to move over and do a scan on him?
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean, we should split our resources. Maybe, the doctor can do one thing and I can do, like, one patient and I can do the other.
Sure.
Okay. So here, do this for me. If you guys are going to split up, Uhen, you take on the task doing a deep brain scan, is what I'm going to call it, on Commander Theanor. That's going to be assisted by the ship. And Kotri, you're going to do the same kind of scan that you just did on Theanor on your own, being helped by the ship.
Okay. Can Emma help me?
No, because she doesn't have a character sheet yet.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I forgot I needed to do that.
Right. Next time, I'm going to use Emma to be prepared.
She can be moral support.
Yeah, exactly.
So, Uhen, do you want to convey to Theanor like what you came up with and what you're going to do with him next?
Yes. So, consulting the data pad in her hand, she says, Sir, it appears that your prosthetic antennas are functioning without any problem. Diagnostics didn't return any results, but your brain activity is extremely alarming. You do not seem to be exhibiting any symptoms so far. Nothing as serious as your brain scan might suggest, so I'm hopeful, but I would like to do more in-depth scanning if you don't mind.
Go ahead. I'm very perplexed by this. All I did was touch him.
Indeed. Gee.
And I want to get back out there so I can solve this as soon as possible.
She starts typing these notes into the data pad, the circumstance that led to his condition.
Okay, so you can go ahead and roll that. Difficulty. Okay, on yours. On Uhen's roll, the difficulty is going to be 2. No increased complication range. Take a look if your talents and focuses work.
Really, yeah, the focus of xenobiology.
Yeah, good.
Xenobiology is pretty nice.
Yeah,
Catch-all.
pretty much
like
everyone.
most things that she does.
It
Okay.
won't work if you're trying to help me or Ullu, but anyway.
Yeah.
So 2d20?
Yeah, I would suggest spending some momentum.
Okay. So I will spend
That's
one
fine.
momentum for another die. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right.
So that'll give you 3.
Okay.
Okay.
You're good.
Nice.
Awesome.
Oh, and the ship gets an assist.
Yep.
Great.
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to hold on to that roll. I'm going to go. JD, I'd like to do Code 3's roll.
Okay, what do you want me to roll for that?
This is actually going to be that the ship can assist on. This is going to be a 0 difficulty task.
Okay. So, medicine, what?
Medicine reason.
Okay. Okay, I got 1 crit. I rolled a 3, so that's 2 successes.
Great.
A 3 and a 17, but you didn't increase the complication range, right?
No, I did not.
And did you say the ship's assisting this one too?
Yeah, the ship can also assist on that.
Okay. No, did not succeed.
All right, so you still succeeded on the task. Now, what you see when you scan very concerned-looking Zizik is that he also has a massive amount of brain activity happening. So much so, and in fact, we're seeing telepathic activity where 2 days ago he only exhibited empath ability.
Whoa.
Oh no!
Kotri looks at these results and looks at Zizik and says, "Are you aware that you're exhibiting telepathic activity?" Because she's, she doesn't. She's not good at like giving this information in any kind of like chill way.
And he looks very confused. I'm not a telepath.
Well, according to these readings that I'm getting, you are. At least as of this moment.
How is that possible?
She turns like the little scan, the screen, the bedside screen, like turns it at him, like as though he's gonna be able to know what any of this means, and she'll just like point out the brain regions, like see how it's all lit up right there.
Oh, how would this happen?
Have you ever had any telepathic experience?
Never. I haven't gone through training or. I mean, even honestly, my empathic abilities are not that great.
She kind of crosses her arms and looks and frowns at this information, and then,
Something must have happened in the teleporter.
you were in the transporter. Is that what?
Yes.
Tell me exactly what happened.
Before we went into the transporter, I cannot believe that you chose this fucking name for this character.
It's a good name.
I feel like I'm dying inside every time. But Commander Sizik
Says Captain Commander and
Oh, this is awful. All of you are dead to me. Okay, so I'm sorry, I got super hiccuped on that name. But Commander Thanar says, before we entered the transporter. Oh my god! Okay. Sizik expressed feeling fear over going into the transporter. And we had a discussion, and we went off-world, and we did what we had to do. But the moment we did, and we came back, that's when everything went wrong.
The captain's been listening over here, and she says, that may be true, Commander, but there's been other things happening, even rival having strange things happen all over the ship.
What else has been happening? I heard about the illusory teddy bear, but I haven't heard of anything else.
Apparently in our mess hall, just moments, several Jem'Hadar soldiers appeared and shot the place up, and then disappeared and took all of the damage with them.
What? I don't understand. An illusion?
Seems like some sort of illusion.
Is there some kind of unsanctioned experiment that's going on? Have we checked the logs?
For that matter, is there any sanctioned experiment that's happening on our ship that could produce this result?
Captain says, I can't think of anything. I do know everything taking place.
What
exactly
is happening right now? Or what experiments do we have running at this precise moment?
Right now, in the engineering lab, Naja is subjecting biogel to various, but I think even that is only being set up. It's not that it's even running.
Could we call in and check in with Naja, see if anything has gone wrong?
That sounds wise. And she'll beep beep and captain to Lieutenant Naja. And Naja and Chuck are in the engineering lab things. And she says, Naja here. And the captain goes, Lieutenant, has anything strange happened down there this morning for you? And she says, no, nothing. We're just setting stuff up in here. Is something wrong?
Hello, Captain!
Yeah. The entire medbay just heard that, right?
Yes. They all did. And the captain goes, hello, Chuck. Thank you, Naja.
Hi.
We're experiencing some interesting things.
Interesting things.
Let me know if anything happens down there. And Naja goes, alright, Captain, let me know if there's anything I need. And she says, so now, she says,
Captain, can I make a suggestion?
of course.
With Ensign Patel, was this the first recorded instance of something out of the ordinary occurring? Actually, first of all, yeah, let me just ask that out of character.
If this is the first reporting.
Yeah, if that was the first reported incident.
Yeah, Patel was the first vaccination to seem to happen.
And Patel's experience with the toy, it did vanish from his view, and then she turns to Uhen, and you say the Jem'Hadar who attacked you also disappeared?
That's correct.
Perhaps we should call into security to find out if Lieutenant Zizek's double is still existent, or if it has disappeared as well.
Yes, and may I add, if the double is still extant, I would like to run scans on him as well.
Precisely, Doctor.
I think that's a very good place to start. Captain comm badges. Captain sent to Commander Ullu.
Yes, Captain.
I understand we have an unexpected visitor in our... And you, Ullu, after getting out of the situation with the Jem'Hadar, went to your office, and these two ensigns showed up with an angry version of Zizek, being like, you can't control me. I'm stronger than any of you. And the ensigns were like, he's really not. He's not strong at all.
Pushes him over.
And they passed on the commander's orders to put him in the brig, and you reviewed in your office. You reviewed the footage of the mess hall incident, and it's exactly what you experienced. These doors opened, and actually, no, it's the opposite of what you experienced. Excuse me while I get my narrative straight. What happened on screen? What happened on the screen is literally nothing. What happened on the screen is all of a sudden, everyone in the room looked up at the door, and then they all throw themselves on the ground.
Did the door actually open?
The doors didn't even open. But all at the same time, everyone looks up. There's a few screams. Uhen tosses the table over, clatter, food spills all over. And then phasers start firing, pew, 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 hitting the door, going, because there's nothing there. They just shoot the door and leave scorch marks.
That's a really good thing nobody was coming in for their lunch at that moment.
Mm-hmm. So that's what you have just seen on the footage. Have an evil twin, apparently, in your brig. The captain rings you up and says, "We'd like to see our secondary, Mr. Zizik, in the medbay, if you wouldn't mind having him brought down."
Of course, Captain. And she walks over to the brig.
And this Zizik behind the force field, he's been pacing back and forth. He's pacing like a tiger in a cage, and he has just this like dark look in his eyes. He looks so intense, and you know you've only like seen Lieutenant Zizik like briefly because you've only been serving together for 3 days, but your impression of him was this very like well put together young man who was very professional and you know easygoing, but in a professional way, if that makes sense. Definitely nothing like this very unpredictable seeming person behind the force field.
Okay. Ulu looks at him for a couple of seconds and says, "Please don't block a hole in my ship." Disengages the force field and grabs him by the arm.
He
Come in with me, buddy.
tries to dart, and you grab his arm. And when you grab him and like he's mid-run, it's like there's nothing, like you can feel him, but like as far as a struggle goes, like there's nothing really pulling against you, even though somebody pulling against you.
And she can feel him in her grip, right?
She can feel like the fabric of his and the muscle of his arm, but it's like he has no power to actually pull away from her.
Pick him up. If he's made of styrofoam.
Yeah, I'm curious if that's weight. It's
Tempting.
Scan for.
So you're gonna take him to the med bay yourself?
Yes.
Okay. So he comes with you when you pull him along, and all of you security officers, you goodies.
Never
Please
heard.
stop speaking.
You won't be able to hold me. And then the doors open, and Emma's there, and she says, "Oh, looks like someone had a transporter experience."
Thank you for making jovial conversation about a very serious topic, Emma.
And the other Zizik in the med bay goes, "Oh no, it's him."
Sizik, it's all right. Here, come over. Stand by me.
Yes, Commander. I'm sorry. I don't know what's come over me.
Kotri definitely like, well, this is very interesting. Everyone else's experience has been with something that didn't stick around. But this guy is still here. I want to know everything about it.
Okay. We're full on momentum, I think. I'm not going to bother doing another one. What I'm going to do is say two things. First, I'm going to say what happens when you run just a preliminary tricorder scan on Dark Zizik, and then I'm going to tell you what the results of the deep brain scan were.
Oh, right. Yes.
Good.
When you get out your tricorder and wave the stylus at Dark Zizik, it registers nothing.
Oh. Was that me doing that, or was that Dr. Uhen doing it?
Let's say you did it because Uhen is analyzing
Okay.
results I'm about to give.
So I'm not getting any evidence of mass or
Absolutely nothing. Like Ullu is holding air.
I reach out and touch it. Do I feel him?
You do. You feel it. Really feel it.
Can I scan myself?
Yeah, you can scan yourself.
Scan my own brain to see what's happening when I touch it?
Nothing. Like regular activity, nothing unusual.
I don't believe this is a mass hallucination.
So now I'm going to go over and look at these extensive brain scans.
Yes.
What Uhen sees when she really digs deep into the data is a couple of things. First of all is the surge of electrical activity is coming largely from two places, which are the amygdala and whatever the telepathic center of activity is on an Enar/Andorian. So what you're seeing is stimulation of the stress area and the telepathic area.
Commander Thanar is like, he's sitting there this whole time and he's kind of holding his head.
And you also are seeing a very, very slight, would have been easy to miss. You're detecting an instance of encephalitis, a very faint swelling of the commander's brain, which is very dangerous.
Drill a hole!
Don't drill a hole in your head.
Okay, Justin.
This is the 20th
Hey, thank you.
century.
Fantastic.
Damn it, I lost you guys for a few minutes here.
Meow.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear us?
There we go.
Okay, there we go. So
It's just suggested that we drill a hole in Commander Rabbit's head to relieve the swelling.
great.
No.
Space medicine.
No. Absolutely not. Okay. So Uhen will report this to him.
In an insensitive way, I presume.
Yes.
Oh, your brain's swelling. Don't know what's going on about that, but there you go.
Commander, it seems that your brain is being overwhelmed. You seem to be picking up from just the ambient environment, other people's stress. My working hypothesis is that you are picking up stress of the crew, and this is causing overstimulation of the regions of your brain having to do with stress and telepathy, which I believe is resulting in the slight swelling that I'm detecting. So, out of character now.
DNR, your vision suddenly comes back.
he blinks a couple times and then he looks around and like he pays attention to everybody who's in the room, so he notes where all their locations are. So that's like physical activity, explaining that he has his side back. And he's going to say, "Oh, I can see. I can see again. I'm not entirely sure what just happened. But I can see."
Doctor, my scans of Lieutenant Zizig are showing some similar overstimulation of the telepathic center of his brain. I am concerned that something is specifically targeting that. Do we have any other... Well, I guess she would know this because they did all the medical exams. So she would say, any other telepaths or empaths, anyone with any particular kind of psychic talents, I think we need to get them into sickbay right away and perform similar scans.
So, just looking at the crew list, their Vulcans have telepathic ability, but it's by touch only.
Still, there's a possibility that whatever these two could be affecting our science officer. Is there anybody else on board that has telepathic abilities or empathic abilities?
And do they know about the... I would assume that they would know about the imps, right?
Yes.
Because isn't... Tal?
Dorian.
Yeah.
Yes, Talzandorian, and then you have a Vulcan comm officer and a half Vulcan science officer.
T'ira and Sessic.
Yeah,
So
I suggest getting them all into sickbay to make sure that this, or perhaps go to them. I don't know if this is something that is spreading or what is that fucking word?
Communicable.
communicative or communicable. Thank you.
Contagious.
That.
Yes. Trying to think of the sciencey way to say contagious.
Communicable.
Thank you. Yeah, that.
This is an excellent point.
Opposite of cortical stimulators, do we have a thing we can slap on their heads and like jam things?
Absolutely, that would be a cortical suppressor.
Can we try that?
That is definitely a possibility, but first we have some other scenes we have to switch to.
Yeah. Okay.
So, from that moment of insight, first of all, the captain says, "Yes, I would like all individuals with empathic and telepathic abilities to report to." And actually, I'm going to have her do that over the comm system at that point. Thank you, Inhibitor.
Yay.
All crew members that have any sort of telepathic or empathic abilities report to sickbay immediately. This is a ship... What?
I said, or heritage.
Or bloodlines.
Yeah.
Sorry. We are experiencing a state of emergency. I am not yet calling red alert, but if you experience any hallucinations, contact the med bay immediately. And then she's going to turn to Ullu and say, "I'd like to be here while these individuals have their scans done. Would you please take the bridge?"
Of course, Captain.
Uhen would like to speak with the captain. Is that okay if I do that now?
Sure, we can do that real quick.
She walks up and she says, "Captain, I suggest that we, just in case, do quarantine Commander Theonar and what's Sezik's rank? I don't know. Insert rank Sezik just in case that this is contagious in some way. So if they can set up a quarantine zone for those two while they figure out how to administer some kind of a calming agent or the cortical inhibitor.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, I think that's wise. Let's implement quarantine protocol.
Is Commander Theonar's headache getting any worse, or has it alleviated now that his sight is back?
Nope, it still is feeling a sense of physical discomfort in his head now.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere. Even though he can see, he's staying here.
He can see, but feeling a headache now.
Okay.
Oh, and also Kotri would ask Emma, if, go do your thing. Help comfort that guy over there. Physic.
Oh boy, we'll go back to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
what we're trying to do. I'm not good at this.
I'm going to follow Ullu to the bridge, where she crosses paths with Jack. Is Sessic a lieutenant?
Sessic is a petty officer.
Oh, right, petty officer. She crosses paths with petty officer Sessic, the communications officer from the bridge, and he just kind of like gives a little nod to her. She knows that he's off to check into the medbay. When she arrives and settles in over at the security station, things are fine. Nothing odd so far. Until the comm officer that replaced Sessic speaks up. And I need Carla to roll me a d6.
Okay, hold on a second. Gotta open my bag of dice. Okay. I got a 3.
That's fun. Okay.
Did you say fun or fine?
Fun. It's fun.
No.
Great.
Oh.
Wait, I lied. I lied about what happened because I didn't think about my setup and the fact that there are other options for that roll. Hang on 1 second. I was really fucking set up like that, but instead of a comm officer saying, the computer says something. And suddenly, I need to make this work. On the bridge, the lights start flashing red.
Crap.
The computer says, red alert. Life support systems will fail in 20 minutes.
What? Shit.
What is happening?
This is pure and unadulterated panic mode.
The whole bridge crew, looks at you. They know.
You're breaking up.
The bridge crew everybody looks over at you like, what? That makes no sense.
Everyone remain calm. Or try to. We'll get this sorted out and under control in no time.
Everybody here is second tier at this point because we have so many telepaths. Half the bridge crew is in sick bay now. So the second tier officers are like, okay, it's only our third day.
It's We go, Babs.
I want to go home.
Do you want to check in with the captain?
Yes.
Captain Soon here. What's up? What's going on, Commander Ullu?
Captain, the computers are saying the life support minutes.
Really?
Help.
In the med bay, everybody hears this that's nearby, but there's no red alert going on in the med bay.
Of course there's not.
Any warnings about anything.
Can
Of
someone
course.
access a computer in the med bay to see if there's anything wrong with life support?
Yeah, the captain will go over that. No sign down here that there's any computer problems. Just a moment, Commander Ullu. Captain Soon to Lieutenant Naja, can you please... Can you go over to a computer station and just do a quick take a look at the ship for us? And
Hi,
Naja's
Captain.
hello, Chuck. Just a moment, Captain. Is there something I should be looking for? And Sun says, anything out of the ordinary. Just a moment. And Naja goes over to the computer station, does her engineering thing. She's, Captain, there's nothing wrong. That's what I thought. Thank you, Lieutenant. Captain to the bridge, Commander Ullu.
Yes, Captain.
Warning. Life support systems will fail in 18 minutes. Doesn't seem that there's anything wrong with your ship, Commander.
Captain, did you not just hear that?
I just spoke with Lieutenant Naja, and computer systems say that everything's in order.
So I should just ignore this? Is what you're telling me?
I think I'll have Naja engineer take a look at things. In the meantime, I think you may just have to deal with that alarm.
Right. Thank you, Captain.
Okay, I know at least on Next Generation that they've been able to cut the alarm.
Yeah,
She
okay,
didn't
we
try.
Can I just pull up arms and smack something, please, with my fist?
She didn't try and tell the computer to cancel the. You can try that if you want.
Can you cancel the alarm, please? Computer, cancel alarm.
Computer doesn't even respond.
Um,
Computer says, "Warning! Life support systems will fail in 18 minutes." And then we switch over to the imp bay.
Poor Lulu's gonna have a nervous breakdown.
now the question is, how more worried or more relieved to be called away from the clay?
So, where we're at with the timing right now in the imp bay is that this is happening right around the same time that Dark Zizik showed up.
Okay.
So we're backing it up just a little bit.
Okay.
And going back to the kids working on their sculpture.
Yes.
And I guess at this point they've probably been, playing with clay for like an hour and a half. I don't know how long kids can play with clay.
So
Hours.
As long as they're allowed.
I would say that he probably set aside 2 hours for the first class.
Perfect. So they the imp kids there's like an intensity to Tall now. Like he's made strange shapes, and he was making these angular shapes, and then he's mushed it down, and he's done it again like several times. Like you're honestly kind of surprised to see how into it he's gotten.
Jared is like mentally patting himself on the back. Like, I knew this would work. I am reaching these kids.
Jacob has he was making trees, and then he seemed like kind of discouraged for a minute, and he like mushed down his trees, and now he's been kind of like seeming a little tired, like doesn't really know what to do now. And Sarza has been definitely struggling.
Gotcha.
How's Corin been doing?
Doggedly working on his frickin' tribble. Probably the
He's
third
still
cover.
committed to this masterpiece.
Yes. He's got it covered in tiny little clay snakes for fur.
Jacob looks over at the evolving tribble and says, "Do you want me to help you with that? I could make those hairs."
Yeah, that would be good. There's a lot. I probably should have made them bigger.
No, it looks cool with them being so small.
That's good.
Okay, here. And so then Jacob like gets some of his clay and he starts rolling out like really, really, really snakes, and then like snipping them and then like making little piles of hair for Corin to apply.
That's a lot faster. He'd been taking like individual tiny little balls and then rolling them out.
Just a different technique. Whatever.
Inside Jared's head, he's like, "Oh, I'm fostering cooperation." And also a little bit of, "My boy is making a friend."
Oh my god. Jared's feeling like the ultimate dad fantasy over here.
Yeah. But he's definitely like keeping that all inside, like nodding, like, yes, good work.
Oh, but you could feel it.
Yeah. Well, probably Corin can tell that his just obnoxious, excited.
My love.
How's T'ira doing? And also, is Jared actually sculpting?
No, he's not. He's actually just supervising and like going around and like chatting with each of the kids and like, you know, sort of offering words of wisdom and stuff like that.
So being an art teacher, okay.
Yeah, pretty
There you go.
Well,
And has
discourage these kids by like bashing out some incredible sculpture, okay, you know.
Yeah. Look at me and my centuries of experience.
Beautiful. T'ira is now making clay cacti.
Oh,
Like,
that's cute.
yeah. Like the little weird cacti that have the colored bulbs on top of them and stuff.
oh my gosh, adorable.
Sarza looks at your cactus and she's, I really like those.
Thank you.
And she's like mushing at her clay. And she's, do you think it'd be okay if I made a hand? Is that weird?
No, it wouldn't be weird. It would be expressing your creativity.
Just, I do medicine stuff all the time, and seem like totally uncreative.
Oh, sorry.
Would not be uncreative. The perfect amount of creative, I think.
At least I know what a hand looks like.
True?
Okay, I'll try and make a hand.
And a lot of the great artists would create from life, so you creating from life is perfectly logical. Shut up.
What a little silly Vulcan. Oh.
She's nodding. Like, okay, I can do this. She starts touching her clay with purpose.
Jarit at T'ira and gives her a thumbs up, I guess. I feel like not every culture has the thumbs up, but you can tell whatever gesture he makes, you can tell from his expression that he's approving.
Tara just smiles and nods.
There we go. I cut out there for a second.
Oh, okay.
There, I could. What's funny is I could hear you through JD's.
Oh well, there you go.
Huh.
As the session is starting to get too close to winding down, the lights go out in the Imp Bay.
Oh boy.
Crap.
No, don't worry. No, don't panic. Sure, we just it's a new ship. We are still working out the kinks. I will say Dell to engineering.
And how do I want to deal?
I'm assuming there are no auxiliary lights coming on, just total darkness.
Pitch black.
Oof.
Floor is lava. So you tap your comm badge and it makes that noise like, nah.
Oh, I hate that noise.
And it seems like it's not registering, it's not going through.
Okay. So I think that probably first of all, Jared is like totally calm. This is like not even an emergency. And I would imagine that there is some kind of like equipment locker in here somewhere that has like what those little handheld flashlight things that you see them use sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he would know the general area of that and try and find that. And he'd say, everybody stay in your seats. You don't want to trip and fall or injure yourselves. Just stay put. I will find us some light. And he's going to basically go and try and find that.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that we're going to do right now. First of all, I also want to know T'ira and Corin's reactions to the sudden blackout.
Tira's taken aback for a couple of seconds, but is remaining calm. Like Jared said, it's a new ship, still working out kinks. That kind of thing.
How's Corin doing?
Corin is very uncomfortable, maybe a little bit scared, but he's not going to move or ask questions yet or give any indication that he's very scared. But in his mind, he's thinking, new ship. They test these extensively before they see service. I mean, working out the kinks. This is the opposite of what should be happening. A new ship should be working excellent. He's just like really suspicious. Like, this is really weird. For the lights to go down like this is just, yeah. So he's feeling a bit spooked.
That's totally fair.
When the lights went out, Zarza and Jacob both went, "Ooh, ooh!" oh, squeak. And you can now you can hear the kids are definitely there's an anxiety. You can hear some picked up breaths like, "Oh, okay." And Zarza speaks up and she says, "I've never heard of anything like this happening, even if it's a new ship."
Oh, keep in mind that this is a research and development ship, he's saying as he's like wandering toward the nearest wall.
Jarrett, when you start walking across the room in the darkness, and the kids are you're starting to console them, you're interrupted by a deep, guttural growl.
No thanks.
Oh no!
Is this something that I recognize the sound of?
Nope. Just sounds like a big animal.
I move even quicker to where I'm near because there might be, like what Jack said. There's like caches of. There's always like in every episode of Star Trek. There's always like the caches of weapons, and somebody just like taps the panel. And,
Right.
Not in the hydroponics bay.
No shh.
Are there any bioluminescent plants in here?
You could find a cache of something hydroponic.
Maybe you could just get the door open.
So, JD, you're going to do 2 rolls for me right now. The first roll you're going to do is for your little speech to calm down the kids.
Okay. And what am I rolling for that?
I'm going to have you roll command and presence.
Okay.
This is going to be...
By the way, Kotri's command presence is an 8 total.
Almost as low as you can possibly get.
Yeah.
So don't ask Kotri to be in charge of anything like calming people down. Okay.
So this is going to be it's going to be a difficulty 2.
Okay.
With a complication range of 2.
Can I use my focus in psychology to be like, I know the right things to say to...
Yeah, I'll accept that.
Okay. That is... Well, I should have asked to spend momentum ahead of time. That is only 1 success.
Okay. Now, the second thing I want you to roll is... I'm going to call it fitness security. And this is your attempt to get over to the cabinet and get a flashlight out.
Yeah. Okay. I am definitely gonna spend some momentum on this one because that is a 9. My security is a 9.
Man. Yes.
I'm a fucking counselor. Okay.
Troy had better abs than you.
What's that? Troy probably did have better abs than Jared has.
Wow.
So there have been a few scene changes since the last time we checked in. Momentum balance right now is 3.
Sorry, your sentence cut off there for me, Jack. Say that again.
The momentum bank has 3 in it right now.
Okay. So I will spend 1 momentum to get an extra dice. Roll 3. What's the difficulty on this?
I'm just gonna make it 1. I'll make it 1.
Okay. Here we go. Actually, can I use my focus in survival?
Sure, I'll let you do that.
Okay. Oh, Good rolling. Is 3 successes. I rolled 2 4s and a 3.
Very nice. So that means you get to bank 2. What was that, JD?
Oh, I said, but sadly none of those are crits because my security is a 1. So
You know what, Carla? Actually, will you roll an assist on the roll that Jarrett just did? I'd like you to do a command presence. So
Okay.
you'll just roll 1d20.
Okay.
to help try and calm the kids. That would make
Yeah.
sense. Kira would be helping with that.
Got an 8.
Okay. So that should be 2. Okay. So your presence and your confidence in dealing with the situation, Jarrett, gets the kids under control. They're not super freaking out. You can definitely hear the sense of anxiety in the room, and you, even though it's an unfamiliar space, you still manage to feel your way through the darkness and find a panel where you can get some flashlights from back there. And
Okay. I immediately pull it out and shine it in the direction I remember hearing that growl.
you don't see anything, but then you hear it again.
I whirl around, shine it again.
What was that? That was Tal. Tal goes, what was that?
Did I see anything when I whirled around?
You saw nothing. Just noises.
I don't believe there's anything else in here with us that I can see, and he'll gather up the flashlights. I don't know how many there would be in there.
Let's say there's enough for everybody.
Yeah, okay. So everybody gets a light, and I'll hand those out, and be like, so they're around this table, right? I'm gonna say, follow me. Keep your eyes open in all directions. Keep shining that light away from our little group. We're gonna go toward the door and see if there's any light out in the hallway.
Okay. All right. The kids get up and they follow. And do you go to the door?
Yes.
The door opens and everything is perfectly fine outside. And lights come up in the imp bay.
And nothing in there with us.
Nothing in there with you.
Did Jacob try to take his clay sculpture with him?
He'd given up on his own.
Oh yeah, okay.
But in other situations, he probably would have. The question is, did Corin save the tribble?
No, he was right freaked out. If they could hear the growling too, he would be actively holding back tears.
Oh no.
So yeah, the kids definitely
Baby.
all heard that growling. So everybody in there heard it. And now the lights are up and the kids just look freaked out.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to say this, but he would definitely, when he like gathered all the kids from the table and like told them to come with him to the door, he would definitely have put a hand on Corin's arm and like not let go of it.
Good.
Yeah.
Aww.
Dad.
And even now, with like everything seeming fine in the hallway and the lights coming back on inside, he's still got a hold of Corin's hand. Like, you know, there's like, he's keeping his cool, and like his face is just like, you know, totally calm, but he's got a pretty tight grip on Corin.
So as you guys stand there with the door open, like processing everything that just happened, 2 security officers come down the hall in a hurry, and they go. The first one goes, "Commander Dell, is everything all right? The message that came in to engineering, but they couldn't get back to you.
Yeah, we had some power issues in this room. We lost all light from all the panels, all the illumination of the lights above, all the computers. Everything went dead for a good couple of minutes. He's not going to say anything about the growl. Yeah, it's because clearly there's nothing in there with them.
Understood, sir. We'll be sure to have an engineering get out. Were you able to hear the message from the captain?
We didn't, did we?
No, you did not.
No. Is this ensign or lieutenant?
I'll say it's an ensign.
Right. No, ensign. We received no communiques, no messages.
There's something going on with the telepaths. Any telepaths or empaths are supposed to report to medical bay.
Understood. Thank you, ensign. Then he's gonna turn to the kids and he's gonna say, in light of what appears to be a shipwide situation, I'm gonna contact your parents. Please return to your quarters. Tal, I'm gonna contact his father with him.
I'm checking that right now. But a parent is.
Yeah, and I'll accompany you to the sick bay. Corin, stay with me for now.
Okay.
Tal's mother is with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Jarrett will go ahead and contact the kids' parents to have them come and fetch their children, because he doesn't want to risk sending them off on their own.
Yeah.
And,
Smart.
Once they do that, and once Tal's mother arrives, then the four of them will head toward the med bay, because he wants to make sure that okay as well. Gonna put everybody in the sick bay.
Yeah, that's where we're headed right now.
Sick bay adventures.
Those are adventures he wants to have.
I know, those aren't adventures that he wants to have. No one wants sick bay adventures. Except the players.
Okay. Taking stock of where I'm gonna set us up right now. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take us, because I just want to get this one more scene in, and then we'll have some other stuff to do next week in the storyline. But
Jarrett would also say, would basically meet eyes with T'ira and be like, that includes you too. You're coming too.
Yeah.
right. So you guys head down to sickbay, where the telepaths and empaths are starting to trickle in, and you meet up with Tal's mother, and people are looking pretty stressed out.
Understandably.
And just for the sake of brevity, I will say that when the medical staff starts scanning all of the telepathic and empathic patients, they're all showing the same symptoms.
Even Tal and his mother?
Yep, both of them are.
Jeez.
Well, so hang on a second. Andorians aren't telepathic.
They're not?
No.
No.
The Aenar are. But the Andorians are not.
Oh.
I
Oh my
wasn't
God.
sure where you were going, so.
See, this is my problem, is I haven't watched enough original series or Enterprise. Those are the ones that have the Andorians.
That's
I've
the Andorian heavy ones, yeah, that's true.
never experienced
Sorry.
Andorians.
The Andorians are like super lawful good, like feisty McFeisters.
Right. I thought
Like
that
blue
they had
people.
like low grade telepathic experience.
No, not
No, I
really.
don't-
It's all
I
the
don't think so.
Aenar.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
it's okay because of the way that played out.
What's that?
I said it's okay
Yeah.
because of the way that played out. So
Yay.
it's only T'ira that went to the sick bay after that.
So we just still all the parents came and got their kids, and Jared and Tara waited there until that happened, and then they. But and I know it's against protocol, but Jared does not let Corin leave his side.
Corn does not want to be left alone. Like
Yeah.
weird shit's going down.
Yeah, and once they got to the med bay, he would probably say, like, "Why don't you go talk to Emma?"
Okay. All right.
I'll be right over here. Just in case of basically, like, if there's any classified stuff that his kid's not supposed to hear.
No, that makes sense. So are you gonna like ask Emma to keep an eye on him? How are you gonna do that?
I mean, yeah, like how do I put this so it's not like, "Hey Emma, babysit my kid," but it's more like, "Oh, how about you help the doctors interact with their new holographic program to help test it." So yeah, I guess I would communicate it to Corin like that, like he's basically trying to have a normalizing conversation like on the way to the med bay, and so he would. Did you know that our med bay has a new in testing in the testing phase for a new holographic technology? She's her name is Emma, and she is a medical assistant, and she is meant to help put people at ease. And I'm sure the doctors haven't had very much chance to test her, so maybe if you can, engage her in conversation and just if you notice anything that could be improved about her her personality. I think that they're really trying to like get her to be a good a good bedside manner for the med bay, so your thoughts could really help them.
Okay.
And I'll be right there in the same med bay. I won't go far.
Okay.
I'm sure this is just one of the R&D projects gone awry. That's the thing about being on a ship like this, is there's lots of people doing a lot of experiments, and this is just part of that excitement. He says, sound convincing.
Yep. Nobody's convinced. Not even Jaret. Jaret is not convinced by Jaret.
Yeah, that's probably true, but he's tried.
He tried. Gold star.
Nothing's exploding, so everything's okay so far.
So far, so good. And I think once they get to the med bay and Corn actually sees Emma, like, okay, this is kind of weird and cool. Sure, I'll talk to the hologram.
You guys arrive in the med bay, and Emma's there and says, "Welcome to sick bay. How can we help you today?"
We are here at the captain's orders. Hi Emma, this is my son Corin. He's gonna chat with you for a little while I talk to the captain.
Very well, Commander Dell. Thank you so much. She looks not puzzled, but in that way of calculating.
Processing.
Little colorful ball pops up above her head, spins.
Exactly. That thing, exactly. I'm running out of steam, and we're going to be wrapping up. I want to wrap up by 10 anyway, but what I'd like to do is the roll for diagnosing what's going on. So you have accumulated your empaths and telepaths. You've run scans on them and found the same symptoms in every telepathic and empathic individual on board, and the empaths are exhibiting telepathic abilities, all of them.
are the telepaths exhibiting heightened abilities?
Yeah, I would say that there is a heightened level of telepathy, like it's and even on the empaths, like it's pretty through the roof.
Okay. And would we with those scans would we have noted any of these people having any sort of different results? Like, is anybody higher or lower, or are any of them like the areas of their brain flashing up different places?
Nope, everything's very, very homogenous all across all of them, including like the encephalitis that they're experiencing, which is still extremely slight. Like, it's only because you've got Starship sensors that it can detect something like that. You know, that's not the kind of thing that you would be able to so easily detect currently, but it would appear that whatever it is, it has started at the same time.
Can we from those scans get a timeline? Can we tell how long their brains have been lit up like this? Or can we?
Well, what you can tell is that you did scans of their brains less than 2 days ago, and they're totally different.
Right. And so have we determined that working in conjunction perhaps with security with Ullu or someone else, which of these incidents was the first? Did we decide it was the teddy bear? Actually,
yes. Yeah, it was, the teddy bear was the first thing.
Okay. And we scanned Leland, and he's totally fine. No heightened anything in his brain.
Yep, he looks totally normal.
Okay, so
He's a human.
He's a human.
And is evil Zizek still there? Dark Zizek.
So we actually didn't address. Nobody ever told Zizek that he wasn't there.
Right.
So
because we ended the scene at that point.
Right, yeah, I was juggling two things at once. But I assume that you would have told him that this individual is not here.
Yeah, Kotri would have been like, this can't possibly be the same sort of incident as the one that you referred to. My readings are turning back nothing. There is nothing standing here. I know we can all see it, but it has no mass, it has no volume, it has no brainwave, it has no physicality of any sort. This is something different. You have not been split in two, Lieutenant. You are still whole. The only thing that's wrong with you that we can tell is your brain activity is heightened. But this is... I don't understand why it is still staying around, but it appears to be as intangible as all the other things we've encountered.
And when he listens to that, and meanwhile, Gritty Office is holding on to this like apparition who is still like snarling at you, like, "Oh, I'm as real as." But as not Dark Zizek is taking this in and thinking, Dark Zizek disappears.
Fascinating.
What?
And
He's
Zizek like breathes a sigh of relief.
Doctor,
Zizek, what did you do?
Dr. Uhen, I believe that these things that we are seeing, based on this evidence right in front of our eyes, are perhaps some sort of mental projection from the affected individuals themselves. Once Lieutenant Zizek was told that this was not a real thing, his mind registered it in a different way, and it vanished.
Indeed. Do you think that this is the cause of all of the other events?
I can't be certain that they are all being sourced from one individual, or whether each individual is creating their own illusions. And I can't everything else that has been experienced has been dangerous or violent in some way. Where did this plush toy fit in to all of this? Why did Ensign Patel come across a toy completely non-violent, not dangerous, not confrontational?
Could be that things are accelerating, that the episode started with something rather inconspicuous and have gotten more and more violent. I'm not sure. Don't.
So what you guys can do at this point, because you now have like a lot of information, you've got a hypothesis, you've got your symptoms, you can do research.
Yay,
Research!
And let's do that as the last roll of the night.
Sounds good.
Uhen will take the head of this. I'm going to say Kotri and the ship can assist. The ship can assist with computers.
Okay.
And you can spend you can spend your determination, you can spend momentum.
There's 4 in the bank right now.
So only Uhen can spend determination, right?
Correct.
Only the person
well,
leading.
I've got determination to spend, so I may as well spend it.
Okay. I'm going to make this... I'm going to make this a difficulty 4 task.
Okie doke.
But with no increased complication range.
Okay.
Okay. So remind me how spending determination works.
So the determination is gonna give you an auto crit. So you're starting out with 2 successes.
Nice.
And you can also spend momentum if you'd like to give yourself more dice.
I think we ought to, yes.
Yeah.
I agree. You can.
What is your value? What value are you using for your determination?
Oh.
I know that you have one that'll work.
There's no such thing as the unknown, only the temporarily hidden.
There you go.
That seems really freaking pertinent.
Yeah.
So the extra die with the crit on it that you got from the determination counts as if you had bought one with momentum, which means if you want to buy another die with momentum to roll, it's going to cost you 2 momentum to buy that die.
Ah, good to know. Thank you, Jack. Okay, so that means that you can only buy
one more.
What you've got in there. So
buy that one more.
Uhen can roll 2. They've got the 2 from the crit automatically, and then if they want, they can spend 2 momentum to buy 1 more die so they can roll 3.
Right.
I do it.
I think you should do it.
Yeah. We are in agreement. And
okay, Kotri roll a dice, ship roll a dice, and 3 dice for Uhen.
Okay.
I honestly could somebody helping use focus?
Sorry, say that again?
Can the person assisting use focuses or not?
Yes, you can.
I don't actually think I have anything that fits, but it's a question that needed to be asked anyway.
Yeah.
Like, as emergency medicine counts.
Oh wow, this is not good.
This is very not good.
We're rolling not very good. In fact, I think we've already failed.
Help, Kotri, help!
Emergency medicine? Does that count as a focus?
Yeah, I'll let you use emergency medicine for this.
Okay. Well, it's a success, but it's not a crit.
So you got 3 out of 4.
So, question: the auto crit with spending determination, doesn't a critical count as 2 success?
Oh wait, you did succeed because you got. So you did. You got 4. You got 4. You're okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yay!
You succeeded
Yay.
at
Okay.
your researches.
Very, very barely.
Just enough. Looks like.
Okay. So here is what you learn based on what you've discovered. You have found, after research of putting all of this information in the computer, looking through cases of telepathic instances, brain swelling, all of these things and how they fit together, you find an extremely rare instance caused by a fungal infection. The inhalation of a fungus causing that to move into the bloodstream and into the brain, where it creates a fungal infection in the brain.
Oh boy.
Fun.
Can we scan for that kind of thing?
Well, you know what it is.
Oh, okay.
That's what's happening. Is you're figuring it out. You're figuring out what it is. What you see is that instances of this start with the encephalitis, the swelling, and it progresses very rapidly and leads to coma and brain death within 36 hours.
Delightful.
Sweet.
It is curable. There is an inoculation that you can synthesize. It's easy to administer via hypospray.
Excellent. Well,
There's not
is there
that follows
questions
after.
that you have about that, though? So from here, I think now you ask.
I mean, how? Okay. Are we needing to spend momentum to ask questions at this point?
Oh gosh, that's what I don't know how. Here's what I'll do: is I'm going to give you one question to start out with, and then if you want to spend a momentum, you can get 2 more because of the talent that Uhen has.
Okay.
Hey.
I mean, I think, Doctor, correct me if you have a more pertinent question, but I think our first question needs to be, where did this come from? What is the source of this?
Do you agree, Doctor, on that question?
Yes, and I have a follow-up question related to that, so
Okay.
if we want to start with where did this come from, yeah.
The most common source of it is that it appears on plants, but it's extremely difficult to detect.
Okay.
But once it becomes detectable, it propagates very quickly. The spores spread very quickly.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take T'ira out of the med bay at this point, but perhaps she can send someone down to someone not telepathic to check on the plants in the hydro bay.
Can someone go check on my please?
So ask me 2 questions, and then I'm gonna call it.
So sorry, do I ask?
Yeah, you go ahead and ask.
So just to review what we know where it comes from, plants. We know how to treat it. How do we decontaminate the ship to make sure that we don't get reinfected?
That is a very good question.
Yes.
Unfortunately, there are no case file about it taking system.
Sorry, no cases on file about it. What?
About it taking place in a closed system like a ship.
Awesome.
If it could be administered through a hypospray, could we apply it to like the ship's ventilation?
Potentially, yes.
That would be my line of thinking, is find the action by which the drug kills the fungus and then basically turn it into a cleaner spray that we could spray all over everything.
In the meantime, and obviously this is your call, Doctor, but perhaps we should find a way to prevent further appearances of projections. Find a way to prevent further mental projections from appearing.
I'm not sure I follow.
Is there something that we can do for the people who are affected by this to prevent them from creating any more disturbances?
Okay.
Unintentionally.
Are there technologies that exist or training that we could ask these crew members to undergo that would help them be less susceptible to something like this? I would assume that because they're sick, it's not like they have control over it. Like,
Right.
how do we keep sick people from sneezing? You're like, well,
Yeah.
cure them.
There would be on file about the cases where this has happened before, is that there is some success has been made with cortical inhibitors to kind of put your patients into a temporary coma. And that can stop the projected hallucination. They're being projected into the mind. Peers. But it's not 100%.
Okay.
I'm hesitant to put people into even medically supervised comas. That's
My understanding of this illness is correct, then I would think that calming the brain activity would help keep the patient alive longer. It seems that this isn't a matter of a lack of willpower. It's simply the brain is under attack and needs to be treated with medicine.
right.
The good news is synthesizing the inoculum is going to take hours.
It's gonna what?
It's going to take 3 hours.
Okay.
That's good.
That's not too long. Perhaps we should just increase security around the ship or something.
I will say that at the mention of being put under, Commander Theodore looks really, really unhappy.
Yeah.
He does not look okay with this plan.
Again, will recommend that all people affected be treated with cortical. Thank you. I'm scrolling up chat. Cortical inhibitors for their own safety and for everyone else on the ship. And she will point out, had anyone walked through the doors of the mess hall at the time of the mass hallucination, somebody could have gotten killed.
Yeah.
We were open
true.
firing at nothing, and a real person could have been hit. Even if we increase security, it won't do anything. If anything, it'll make things worse. People will be more jumpy, and they might accidentally shoot somebody.
True.
I appreciate your concern, but I do think this is the best course of action for now. In 3 hours, we will have the antidote, and hopefully we can begin the decontamination process. I do recommend, and she'll have to look at the time frame, but routine checkups for everyone, and routine administration and re-administration of the drug, just in case they are exposed again.
I think that sounds good.
I will not subject myself to this cortical. Whatever.
What I'm gonna do second is I'm going to end it on Captain Soon taking in that recommendation, and you'll find out what she thinks about it next week.
All right.
Awesome.
Vanar is not happy. He will not go under. Sorry, guys, you're gonna have to force him. That's his one thing that he's not okay with.
That is so fair. That is so fucking fair.
Nope. Mm-mm. No thanks. Nope.
Sorry,
nope,
that
nope,
did
nope,
not
nope,
go as smoothly as I was hoping.
No.
You
No, it's
solved
okay.
the mystery, and
Yay!
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 It's a sickness.
Cause my plan.
I don't know about it for other Bajorans, but like Kotri is. What's this sabotage? I don't feel like this was an accident. Somebody fucking did this to me.
act of terrorism.
Yeah, that could just be her, jumpy resistance fighter brain.
Well, that's still one of the questions, right? You still don't know
Yeah.
how this got on the ship.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
So she's definitely
It's possible.
She's a little on edge about that.
I did have a question about game mechanics with my veteran character talent. So whenever the character spends a point of determination 1d6, if an effect is rolled, immediately regain that point of
It's a 6. If you roll a 6, you get it back.
Okay,
On a D6.
so should I go ahead and do that now?
Oh, because you spent another point. I forgot about that. Then yes. That's the thing I forgot to have you do last week.
Nah, I don't get it, but
Nope.
Yeah.
Oh well.
It was a good thing to use it on, though.
Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
Very yes. And I still have one left, so I'll get one next game. Is that how we're doing it?
Yeah, I got to think about how I need to see what other people said online about this. I feel like the wording on the rules is really vague.
I did a little research, and I feel like I have a little bit of better understanding of how it's supposed to work. And I can explain that now, or we can talk about it later, Kim. And you can decide how
what
you
did
wanna
you
handle it.
what did you learn?
The idea is that characters have values, and in any given situation, a value a character has might help the situation or make it more problematic, right? So if a character is devoted to, like, I don't know, logic is supreme, and he's faced a situation where logic is going to make it worse. So he could be either way, right? A value could help or hurt in a situation. Mm-hmm. If a character's in a situation where a value would help, he can spend a point of determination because he has a value that sends him in the right direction.
Right.
If a character is in a situation where he has a value that would work against him, the GM can say to that player, if you act in accordance with your value, even though it will hurt your team, I will give you a point of determination. And if he takes that up, he also gets a complication automatically too.
Right. Okay.
That's how the economy is supposed to work. If a value helps you, then you can spend it. That allows you to spend determination. But if it's going to hurt you and you do it anyway, then you get determination back.
So you get your determination and a complication.
And you get a complication because you've just done something to make it hard for everybody. Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's one other thing. That's the main part. There's one other thing, which is that once per game or once per session, if a character has a value that works against him, and he chooses to ignore that value because the situation calls for it, he can say, I'm gonna challenge my value. And if that happens, then they cross the value out, and at the end of the session, they're allowed to change that value to something new that better fits the new worldview they just adopted.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that's kind of the whole description of how it works. So my suggestion would be we kind of maybe use that. And so the way it would work is at the start of every game session, everyone's determination balance is set to 1.
Right.
And then you can spend that if you have a value that helps you, or you can, if there's an opportunity to use the value in a negative way, then you can get some determination that way too. That's how it's supposed to work.
Okay.
I should rewrite some of my values.
So the best values are ones that are double-sided or double-edged.
Yeah.
That's what you want.
Yeah, I want detriments.
Yeah.
That's the thing, though, is that it doesn't necessarily need to be a detriment. Like, okay, so for instance, in Shield of Tomorrow, one of the captain's values, I can't remember the exact wording, but it's basically loyalty to Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes up against a challenge that he knows the right thing to do is going to be the thing that Starfleet would order him to absolutely not do.
Mm-hmm.
And so he challenges his loyalty to Starfleet value because he knows in that instance that he has to make a decision that's going to go against Starfleet, but it makes sense to him that that's what he needs to do. And so I think that he ended up crossing out that value because his character came to a realization that real life is not as black and white as Starfleet always right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly,
So
yeah.
it's not that loyalty to Starfleet is a negative value. It's just that in that circumstance, if he stuck to that value, he would have made a choice that he didn't want to make, that didn't feel right.
Yeah.
And that's what challenged that value.
Yeah.
So it's really all about the context, not even the value itself so much. So a value could sound positive, but be detrimental in a situation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I think it's kind of cool.
One of Chuck's values, it is scary out there in the unknown.
Oh. Yep.
Yeah.
And then Rabbit's values are so fucking tiny that I can't even fucking read them because there's so much wording in them. So.
Well, Chelsea, you wrote something different for me than you did on your. Like, remember you did in your bio before you did your character sheets, you wrote that thing for me, and I wrote how it would apply. So, but you're welcome to just redo them entirely if you want to.
Yeah, I think I might futz with Rabbit's sheet at least a bit, and then I think Chuck's sheet is pretty solid.
Cool.
But now that I have a better understanding of how the system works, I'm going to be able to better adapt this sheet towards what this character is meant to play as.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. Because I definitely was I was approaching values the same way that you have ideals and bonds and flaws in 5th ed. So that was completely the wrong way to be approaching it.
There's similarities there because you can, theoretically, the way those are supposed to work is if you play to them, that gives you inspiration. So, in that sense, there's similar.
Yeah. It's just slightly different, so I'm gonna reword it because I'd like to be able to read the text that's on my sheet.
That would be good.
I do feel like values should be pretty short. Like, they should be simple and basic enough to apply to.
Yeah, no, I have like fucking like books in here.
Yeah, like, for instance,
Yeah, no,
one
this
of
needs to be.
Kotri's values is no one deserves to die, which is that could be helpful if that's a helpful value for if she's trying to save someone's life. But if she's in a situation where she needs to kill somebody to save the ship or whatever, that's going to be a real hard value.
That's a really good value. Yeah, I like that one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like that one a lot. I'm gonna rewrite Rabbit's values.
What I love about this game is how open-ended these things are, the values and even the focuses, and how much they encourage you to really like build your shit from the ground up. And they give you suggestions, but you could basically put anything into either of those values or focuses. So I think that's one of my favorite things about this game.
Yes! I am excited to learn more about it.
Just in case anybody is going to try and fight Jarrett, I should let you know that one of his values is anyone can benefit from therapy. So
everyone will benefit from therapy. Sounds like
mandatory therapy.
It's a determination,
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, y'all are gonna get therapized whether you want it or not.
Bring it on.
Yeah, both of your characters are gonna resist me on this, aren't they?
Yep.
No one wants the therapy.
Nothing. My goal in life is to be nothing but like in constant conflict with you, JD.
Okay.
You're welcome.
We need good stories together because of it.
It's true, we do. It's because we're always fighting. Somehow, some way.
Yeah.
What was that, Jack?
So, I was going to say, Lieutenant Zizik has a couple of interesting values given what happened. He has one that's called indefatigable confidence.
Oh, no.
And he has one that's called emotions in a crisis only make things worse.
Wow.
So I feel like those two just fought each other.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They're like complete opposites for this potential, this whole situation.
Yeah, and I don't think there's anything wrong with a character having values that seem that's actually a good opportunity for something interesting to happen.
Yeah, definitely. So does that mean that he's going to have to challenge one of those values?
I don't know. Maybe Kim and I can discuss whether this means anything for Zizik or I don't know.
Poor Zizik. He was like, I saw that in Star Trek. I know what's going on.
I know.
Yes, if you have not seen the original series where that happens to Kirk.
79. The last episode of Star Trek original series, episode 79, Turnabout Intruder. That's when that happens, I believe.
Nope, you're wrong.
Oh, I'm wrong? Okay, tell me. What did I get? Oh, you're right. I'm thinking of a different one. This one was called... What was it called?
I've already forgotten.
I can't remember what it was called.
Don't remember, but it has
to be. The Enemy Within. The Enemy Within. It was called.
There you go, Enemy Within.
Got it.
Yeah, because we definitely haven't reached the end of TOS.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, it's a great episode. Honestly, like fucking William Shatner rather hams it the fuck up, man.
Yep.
Yes, he do.
In his element.
He totally is. He's happy with that.
He's wearing so much
makeup.
Eye makeup.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! Like, I'm gonna take this picture of Zizik and just put mascara.
It's like he didn't, the evil twin Kirk does not get a goatee. He just gets more dramatic makeup. That's all.
Yeah.
And more lighting.
Yes, eyeliner and lighting.
Oh, please take that picture of Zizik and and do like the vignette lighting on
Yeah.
ice.
That's Star Trek. That's how you know it's dramatic, and if it's soft, that's how you know it's pretty.
Yeah. That show tries to tell me that so many people are attractive that aren't actually attractive with using that as Rosie or like
The Vaseline on the they're beautiful.
So shiny.
Like I don't think this woman is attractive, but the way that they're shooting it tells me I'm supposed to.
Yeah, that's basically what's going on.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna take off. I'm tired now.
Yeah,
I
thank you
feel
for
it.
running. It was a lot of fun.
Thank
you for
you.
You are
Bye, Lee.
Listen.
Lee! 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 I love you, Lee.
I love you too, Chelsea.
Ah, sweet.
All right, I'm gonna get off, but I'll be around on chat.
Get the
I
hell
love
out
you
of here.
all. I'll see you on Subspace.
I love you.
Okay. Bye.